Good evening, Glendale, and welcome to the January 21st meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have roll call?
Yes, council members Brotman.
Here.
Garpetian.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian.
Here.
Mayor Asatryan.
Here. May we please stand up and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the invocation.
Let us begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the indigenous lands of the Gabrielino Tangva people. As we come together today to serve our city, let us be inspired by the words of Dr. King, who reminded us that we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. May we embody these values in our work, striving to lead with compassion, fairness, and integrity. May the Spirit guide us in building a city rooted in justice and unity. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have your report, please?
Yes, the agenda for the January 21st, 2025 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on January 15, 2025 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
All right, and what's next?
Presentations and appointments. The first item is agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, provided by Assistant City Manager John Tochtalian.
Good evening, Mayor Ossotori and members of council. Next week's special city council meeting will start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's 3 items on that agenda. The first will be an annual update on Alex Theater's report for calendar year 2024. The second will be the Montrose Shopping Park Association's district annual work plan. The final item that evening or that afternoon will be from Public Works, where they'll be seeking to purchase an electric vehicle for our police patrol unit. Under consent items for the evening meeting, community development, we'll have 2 reports back to back. Both of them will be regarding the same thing, and that'll be regarding the use of city days at the Alex Theater for different events. Next item will be from the fire department, where they'll be seeking approval of a contract for expansion of a call recording software over at the Verdugo Fire Communication Center. Public Works will seek to set a hearing date to vacate First Alley, which is located easterly of Brand Boulevard and northerly of Fairview Avenues. Public Works will also seek to award a professional services contract with SCS Engineers. There's 3 things that we'll be looking to accomplish with this contract. First would be to conduct a study of the feasibility of opening the Shoal Canyon landfill waste shed. The next would be to prepare a CEQA analysis in relation to opening the waste shed. And the final aspect of that project would be to perform a cost analysis comparing the existing liner that's being used at the landfill with alternative materials. The final consent item in the evening will be from the City Attorney's Office requesting a conflict of interest waiver and legal representation by Holland and Hart LLP. For the evening's action items, there will be 1 item from Community Development regarding seeking to dispense a competitive bidding in order to purchase and install specialized broadcast audio-video equipment at the Alex Theater. Management Services will provide an update on the ordinance amending the municipal code, which prohibits use of polystyrene products and single-use plastics. And the last item that evening will be asking council to select a voting delegate and an alternate for the 2025 Southern California Association of Governments Conference.
Thank you. And what's next?
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before a motion is proposed. Mayor Asatryan, we have a comment on item 4B.
4B? I'd also like to remove item 4D from the consent calendar altogether. It was an item for a cancellation of the February 4th meeting and adding February 18. I was the one that put in that request, and I'm removing it. So if I have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval of the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadarian.
Yes. Now we'll take up 4B.
Yes, item 4B is Glendale Water and Power regarding specification number 3995 for painting street light standards in the Rosemoyne neighborhood and Honolulu Road area for Glendale Water and Power. 1, resolution adopting specification number 3995 for painting street light standards in the Rosemoyne neighborhood and Honolulu Road area for Glendale Water and Power, and directing the city clerk to advertise for bids. We have one caller, Beth Brooks. You are on air. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? I hope.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. I also had a comment on 2C, but I don't really know what happened to that. How exactly do you advertise for bids? Because when I look at a lot of the, when I go through or look at the agendas and I see bids, a lot of them are bids. So where exactly do you advertise for these bids? Because, I mean, if anybody could answer, because I don't know if they're reaching enough people to actually get the best and the cheapest bid, because a lot of what I'm seeing from what you're spending things on, nobody's looking for money. It's all just, money is unlimited, and we'll just spend all this money willy-nilly. So my question is, where exactly are you advertising, and how many bids do you typically get for projects? Because, as I said, I was concerned about seeing competitive bids. Thank you. And I had a comment to see, which I guess I'll have to talk about later. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
That is all.
I believe that there are several places that the city advertises for bids, including Planet Bids. And I do know that staff is also working on putting together something for our procurement process and reviewing that as well, to see how we can make it better and more accessible for our residents. So with that, do I have a motion to approve item 4B?
I'll move approval of item 4B.
Second.
Roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadarian.
Yes. Next item?
Next are city council and staff comments.
Great. Before I pass it on to my colleagues, I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our residents, our businesses, and our community at large for your unwavering cooperation, unity during the wildfire emergencies. It has been a very, very difficult week, and some in our city and the surrounding region. But all of you played a very big role in keeping the calm in our city. I would definitely say that while we did not have any fires in the city of Glendale, our city did sustain a lot of damages. And I know that Mr. Galanian will be speaking in details about the work that we have ahead and what we've accomplished. I also want to take this opportunity from the bottom of my heart to thank every single staff member in the city of Glendale. What I witnessed firsthand, from leadership all the way to the boots on the ground and the people that were, I'm sorry, can we, okay. It was absolutely unprecedented. I was actually thinking the kind of collaboration that came from the different departments, and seeing that at 2 in the morning or 4 in the morning at the emergency center, how even the communication staff were working around the clock to make sure that our residents were getting the information was really unprecedented, and something that I had never seen government step up to. So I just want to say thank you to our fire department for putting us on alert way before we needed to, and when we had threats, to our police department, who really kept a calm and did a seamless job in the evacuations and keeping security in our city. Our public works and our Glendale Water and Power, who were working around the clock to clean up. I believe at this point, there's been over 550 down trees and limbs, and they're continuing to clean that up. And we had about 33,000 residents at some point that had a power outage. To our CDD staff that oversaw the close to or over 3,500 phone calls from the emergency center and all the support teams, including IT and all the departments that were involved. I know that time and again in the last some years that I've been on the council, I've been talking a lot about the need for multilingual communication. And I think for those that, whether pushed back on it or, at times I would see the smirk, the ridicule that came with it, I hope that this was a lesson for all, how much that is needed in a diverse city like the city of Glendale, particularly during an emergency situation. You are literally dealing with, saving lives and being able to communicate with people for them to be able to follow direction. And so I jokingly said to Mr. Galanian that what I saw from our city staff was just absolutely incredible, and I'm very proud. But that also means that now you have showcased that you can do a top-notch job in community outreach and engagement and meeting people where they're at. But of course, even the best efforts and the most well-managed crises come with lessons learned. And so this is my invitation to our residents and to our staff on looking at ways that we can make things better, because there's always room for improvement. And if we don't hear from you, then we don't know what that looks like. I'm confident that our staff is going to be putting together their own lessons learned, and I hope that as a council we can have a look at that and review that and see what resources we need to allocate as a council to make sure that we're doing better. I know that some residents had raised concerns about brush cleanup and whatnot. I had asked our city manager, along with our public works director, to see about what the timelines look like, and if we want to, as a council, reduce those timelines for cleanup, what kind of resources that they need from us to allocate to make sure that we're operating at a speed that our residents and small businesses expect, as well as any FEMA funding that, in addition to whatever we're applying for, if we need to give more resources to make sure that we're getting the funding that we need. I would definitely say that as part of the multilingual, one of the biggest communities that's been impacted across the region has been the Armenian community. In every aspect, we have no data on the number of Armenian families and the number of Armenian businesses that have been impacted. And this lack of data, I've talked about this over and over again, whether it's on the California forms or whether it's on the census, doesn't allow that community to be properly served. I know that both the federal and state government are coming out with programs. And while I have communicated my personal support to newly elected Assembly Member John Harabedian, who recently introduced AB 91, which would help categorize Armenians and other nationalities in California forms. I would hope that we as a council can also support that, and as a city we can support that. We had done a support letter, and we extended our support for a similar bill that was introduced last year that died in Sacramento, and so this is a reintroduction of a similar bill, and I'd like to agendize us supporting that for the next council meeting. So again, thank you to everybody for doing your very big part. Who'd like to go next?
I can.
Sure.
It's up to, okay. Well, good evening, everyone. I think it's been a tough time for all of us, probably the most difficult period we've gone through as a community in a long, long time. We probably all know people that have lost their homes. I know I do. And my heart goes out to them. We also had, of course, significant loss of life very close to us in Altadena. And my condolences are with all those families that lost family members or lost property. There's a lot that we can talk about, and I'm sure over the months to come, weeks and months to come, we'll be talking about how we responded to this and what went well and what didn't go well. And I agree with the mayor. I think much of what we did, I think, went very well, including the evacuation process, the evacuation centers, or center, singular. I know I went and visited and was happy to find that people there were being taken care of. And generally speaking, we're understanding of the need for the evacuation. The process was smooth. Staff was really committed, really working hard. So I want to give a shout out to everybody who was involved in that. Obviously, the fire department and everybody involved in emergency services for making those evacuation calls. I'm sure they're tough calls to make sometimes because you don't want to, you don't want to call wolf, right? If it's not necessary. But I think it was the right decision given what happened in the western part of Altadena. I'm glad we did that. I think GWP also had a lot of work to restore power, and I think they did a great job. And thanks to all of them. I'm sure all the linemen that we have were out on the job, and I understand we also called on some mutual aid from Riverside and Anaheim, and those folks came out to help us restore power. So great job to you guys too. And I'm looking at our general manager over there. I think one thing where a lot of us have concerns, I do, is the Cal OES system. There were just way too many false evacuation alerts. I have friends that got multiple alerts on their phones, leave now, and just to find out that they didn't need to leave. And that's very dangerous because the next time they get it, they're going to be thinking, is this real or not? And maybe won't leave. And so we really need to be talking to our counterparts there to figure out what can be done about that. I think on our side, I did hear complaints about getting through to GWP. It was hard to get through, and I think that the system that we have that tells you when your power is restored needs to be looked at, because I got multiple notices that my power was back on when it wasn't. So we really need to take a look at that. But I think we have time. Tonight's not the night to do that. Again, kudos and appreciations to all the people that worked so hard on this, and we'll figure out how to do better next time. Thanks.
I don't see any list, but would you like to go? Sure. Go.
Well, good evening, everyone. As my colleagues mentioned, last couple of weeks was very difficult for all of us. We also observed Martin Luther King Day yesterday. We used to have events and gatherings in celebration of his life. This year, due to the fires and many other challenges, we were not able to do so, but we'll make sure that we'll have it next year for sure. I had some family members and friends who were affected by the fires, and they lost their homes in Altadena. And when you talk to them, you really start counting your blessings. That sometimes we disagree on issues that are very, very minimal, if you will. And one of my friends was telling me that 6 o'clock, for example, everything was fine. We could see the fire from far, but an hour later, the house was gone. They lost everything, everything. He didn't even have a pair of socks to change. Nothing. So I'm counting my blessings. I want to encourage everyone to do so. And I think as cities and communities, we have to come together and see how can we support all of these communities that they lost their livelihood, basically. And we also have to learn from the issues that they had, the fire department, LA fire, and the city and the state had, and what happened during the fires, what could have been done better. We hear about the reservoirs that had no water and they were not repaired for over a year. We hear about fire hydrants not having water in them. Of course, our city is different. We have our own Glendale Water and Power, very strong department. All of our departments are Class A, basically. But we need to learn and look at our future plans and programs and see which ones are right, which ones are wrong, and try to look over everything that we've done in the past and our future plans. In 2014, residents passed a bond measure on water infrastructure improvements. It was $7.6 billion. We paid for it. And part of it was to build new reservoirs, build new water storages, new dams, have a better way to deliver water from Northern California to Southern California. I don't see it. I think as citizens, because this is affecting every city, we have to come together and ask for answers to our questions. We know about some of the issues that the fire department had, LA Fire Department had. You know, their budget is $800 million. Their budget was cut. Some of their members were let go because they were not vaccinated, and so on and so forth. I think we need to find out what the main problem is, because this is not the last one. This is my second disaster that we had in the last 10 years that I was involved in with the city of Glendale. The last one was 2017 or 18. I believe it was 2017 we had fires. And the reason I'm raising this issue is because we are neighboring the county part of La Crescenta, San Antahanga, and we have to be really on our toes to make sure they're doing the right job. So if there's anything happening on that side, it won't trickle down to Glendale, or if it does, we are ready to face it. Of course, I also want to thank all of our staff, fire, police, public works, CDD, everyone, that they've done a marvelous job keeping us safe, and I'm sure they will continue doing so. But we have to know what happened to our bond measure from 2014 and what facilities were developed with that with those funds. And also, I know that the state and some of the agencies they put a pause on their regulations, and we'll see how would that go to give speedy permits for people to rebuild. And cleanup is a huge issue because, as you know, asbestos, ash, all mixed up with construction material. How are you going to clean that up? All the environmental issues that the fire caused, and the smoke that was released in the atmosphere. We have to see how much of carbon dioxide is released in the atmosphere today because of these fires. And it's a quality of life issue, basically. With that, I want to stop on that, and I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate our newly elected President, Donald J. Trump, for a decisive victory, a historic victory. And he didn't only win the Electoral College vote, also the popular vote, the state, and the House. So with that, I hope that all the members of the Congress and everyone involved will come together, regardless of being Republican or Democrat, and deliver what they promised to residents of this nation. So, and I have a little flag here. I brought it with me. We used to have flags here on our dais. I don't know what happened to them. I found one. I brought it today. So, with that, I want to thank you all for being here. I know we have so many hot topic issues, but always remember that thousands of people are displaced because of this disaster. They lost everything. So when we argue or we discuss issues, let's keep all of them in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prepid. And Mr. Najarian?
Thank you. Big thanks to our first responders, to the residents that followed orders, as sometimes conflicting and confusing as they might have been. It's not easy to pack up and move down to the Pacific Edison Center. Thank you to all the agencies, public and private, that were there to help not just our residents, but continue to help residents of Altadena. I think it would be appropriate if we adjourn tonight's meeting for those who have, those families and friends who had lost loved ones, property, and businesses in the Altadena and Pacific Palisades fire. I do want to know, as we sat there and saw the plumes of smoke pour into the sky, I would like to know from staff, it can be a memo, how many tons of CO2 were released in that fire. And I'd like to compare that to how many tons, if it's not tons, pounds, tons, I presume it's tons, of CO2 we save by going all electric in our regulations for the city. My impression is it's a vast disproportion. I might be wrong on that. I would just like to know about that. Yes, congratulations to President Trump. You may not have voted for him. Most people in California did not, but he is our president. He is the executive officer, and he hit the ground running, signing, I don't know, 80, 90 executive orders. Many of those, I think one of them, wiped out all of Biden's previous executive orders. He talked about eliminating the electrical vehicle mandates. He talked about getting out of the Paris Climate Accords. So I would like to know what that means for the city of Glendale. If we passed a resolution supporting the United States in the Paris Accords, and we're not in those accords anymore, do we need to take a look at what we've been doing? As we set our electrification, which is something we're going to talk next week, were we making assumptions on assistance from the federal government in going electric? As we transition our Beeline bus system to electrification, are we assuming that we're going to get federal money from the FTA or the Department of Transportation to pay for that? I think these are things we need to know and not be surprised at some later date. I'm not sure I'm asking for a vote to be brought to council, so I don't think we have to place that on an agenda. I guess it's a request for information. And if there are others that, other actions, executive orders, which are in place immediately, we need to know, such as the ICE detentions. I think the new ICE director, Holman, is taking a very aggressive stand, and he's threatened cities and mayors who are obstructive in those efforts. I don't know the details on that, but I know it was certainly talked about. We need to know what the situation is and where we stand. Lastly, I would like to put on the agenda a reconsideration of the bike lanes on La Crescenta Avenue. I'm sensing there is a change in wind up on council, and I'd certainly like to give certain council members the opportunity to change their mind and do the right thing presented with the opportunity. I need a second for that. I don't?
Well, you voted against the project, Councilmember Najarian, and I believe that it would have to be Councilmember Garpetian who makes the request, just legally.
I believe it would have to be a council member who voted in the majority to approve it would need to request a rescission of that action, assuming we can rescind it, because I think we signed the contract already, but I'm not sure. So there are some procedural steps, but the first step is that request would need to be made by a council member who voted in the majority.
With all due respect, Councilmember, City Attorney Garcia, I believe that if a council member has not voted on an item, they have the right to request it to be agendized for discussion. I remember this from the time that I put up reconsideration of Shoal Canyon.
That's correct. So if that action took place before Councilmember Carpetian's service on the council, he can certainly ask for reconsideration of that item.
Okay.
Rescission, essentially.
Well, it would need 3 votes to be agendized, so Councilmember Najarian,
Well, when we bring it back, it'll need 3 votes to ask for the item
Right.
to be brought forward.
so Councilmember Garpetian, if you,
Yeah, I'll support having a discussion as to what can be done to make that project better. I understand that there is a need for some bike lanes, but I will support the
you would need to make the request, just legally.
legally. Okay. Everything is. Well, I'll make that request.
Okay, all right,
So it will be agendas for next week?
Correct, the initial, the first step.
first step, okay,
All right, thank
all
you.
right,
I forgot one thing.
of course. I'm so sorry, Councilmember Najarian.
I'm concluded, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just one very simple item. I met with Councilmember Najarian. We're on a panel together for appointment or for nomination of a candidate to the Planning Commission, and we agreed to put up Stefan Tropchian's name for reappointment to that body. So if we can have that voted on next week, that'd be great.
Councilmember Najarian, I thought you were also going to talk about our CDBG
Yes.
agreement.
Yes. There's been a lot behind us and a lot in front of us. So, yes, I had a panel consultation with you, Mayor Asaturian, and we would like to place Ronnie Garibian. Yes. Okay, thank you. I did have a panel consultation with you, and we agreed to place Ronnie Garibian for reappointment to the CDBG Commission.
Thank you. Councilmember Kasakian.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to congratulate and thank all of the city staff and everyone in this community who really banded together to answer the call for need and help and really rise to the occasion during the crisis of the fires. Oftentimes, crises will bring out both the best and the worst in humanity. We've seen that even as Altadena, Pasadena, and the Palisades suffered this very massive tragedy, loss of property and life. We've seen it in the way people have taken advantage of the victims, both in terms of looting and as well as individuals who are trying to scam those who have suffered. But more importantly, the vast majority of people have really answered the call from all of our small businesses to members of the community who have made donations, and the outpouring of support is continuous. You know, I personally was receiving calls from small businesses that said, we want to feed our firefighters, we want to feed our first responders, where do we send the food? And at some point, the fire chief told me, said, we have enough food. So in consideration of keeping our firefighters fit and healthy, please hold off on the food for now. And there'll be other occasions. There's 300 and however many days in the year when we can show our appreciation to our first responders, both firefighters, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our police officers as well, and to individuals who lost everything, including individuals I see here in the chambers today. My heart goes out to you. You are in our thoughts and prayers every night. And also congratulations to the President of the United States, Donald Trump, for his re-election and reassuming his office, and to all those who are outgoing who have served this country. It seems a bit odd that we would be applauding the peaceful transition of power in our country, but here we are. nowadays, even marveling at that wonderful spectacle that happens every 4 years in this country as the new president takes the oath of office and assumes the helm of the greatest country in the world. So I think we should all pray for the success of those leaders we have in Washington, as well as here in the state of California, in the county, because as we've seen in these recent tragedies, it really, when a natural disaster like this hits, it does not care who you voted for. It's just a matter of us coming together as Americans and helping each other out. I have really nothing else to add other than there is one small thing that has, two things actually. One is a lot of individuals have called and said, well, there's branches or there's this or there's a sagging wire still. It may not even be a city wire. It could be from one of the communication services. It could be, I don't want to mention specific companies, but have wires. Please, if you see something, try and say something. And one of the best ways to do it is through the My Glendale app. In speaking to our Public Works Director, he has assured me that the city is being canvassed by his staff in segments, and perhaps Mr. Galanian or Mr. Hernandez can explain how that process is working, because there are people who, given the excellent service that we provide our residents, some people are getting a little antsy when they see a giant fallen branch on their street that has been there now for about a week or so. Although it's very remarkable how quickly your staff has responded, and the staff of other departments, Parks, yourself, Public Works, and our Water and Power staff have done an excellent job of getting Glendale back up and running. But perhaps you can explain that process, and also to the residents. Again, use the My Glendale app. If you do have a smartphone, it works. Take a photo of whatever the issue is, and it will be addressed. And the request I personally have is in going around the city, given these incredibly unique and once in probably a decade or 2 decade winds, I happen to notice a lot of our city facilities and American flags that are in not the best shape. And I want to urge staff to go and canvass and take stock of what our flags look like on city flagpoles, whether it's at the top of Brand, whether it's outside the library, whether it's atop our own city hall here. And if it's looking frayed and it is looking a little sad, like it's seen better days, please let's replace it and make sure that we have a nice bright banner flying atop our city facilities. It's not much. And of course, there's a proper way to retire flags as well. I think the police station, if I'm not mistaken, may have a box that was started as an Eagle Scout project for individuals who may have flags that have outlived their usefulness, and they can be retired, and the Boy Scouts have a retirement ceremony for the flags. So that is all, Madam Mayor. I have nothing else at this time that I'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe our city manager, Mr. Galanian, has a report and comments to make, please.
Thank you, Mayor Asaturi, and members of City Council. I truly appreciate all your positive comments about staff and the work that they've done, and the feedback. That's very helpful. We appreciate it. So if I may, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to share a recap of the events, recent windstorm events, activities that was conducted with you and the public. But before I do that, I'd also like to publicly express my deep appreciation to staff who worked tirelessly in the Emergency Operations Center and in support roles throughout the city, including, as it was mentioned, dissemination of clear and consistent communication with our residents. Also, a special thank you to our incredible boots on the ground first responders, Public Works, Water and Power, police, and fire personnel who confronted the challenges of this unprecedented windstorm event by clearing dangerous debris from roadways and restoring power to safeguarding lives and property. I also like to extend my gratitude to our Community Service and Parks team for the critical role in the opening and managing the evacuation center at the Pacific Park Community Center that provided shelter, comfort, and essential services to those displaced by the storm. And lastly, just to say that I'm immensely proud of our staff for quickly coming together and demonstrating the teamwork and commitment that proves the strength of our organization and the incredible individuals who make up this team. If I may, yes, go ahead. Next slide. So this is just a photo. If we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So as you know, on Tuesday, January 7th, we activated the Emergency Operations Center at level 1 in response to severe high winds and the red flag alert. And also, we activated the emergency splash page on glendaleca.gov, offering real-time updates on a regular and consistent basis. Then early Wednesday morning on January 8th, the fire department issued 2 evacuations for the Glen Oaks Canyon and Chevy Chase Canyon areas due to severity of the wind conditions. Within the hour, we opened our evacuation center, as I mentioned, ensuring a safe space for those affected. And we also activated the Emergency Information Center, EIC, to facilitate timely responses to all of our residents' needs. On Thursday, January 9th, we were able to safely lift evacuation within the city and implemented the repopulation plan. Next, please. While all of this was happening, our fire, police, GWP, and public works crews were working tirelessly responding to incidents throughout the city. This is just an overview that I'll share with you of some key actions. GWP crews served over 33,000 customers affected by power outages or down power lines, restoring service as quickly as possible. Our fire department handled 3,431 emergency calls, ensuring prompt and effective assistance. The Emergency Information Center received 3,461 calls during the evacuation period, addressing inquiries and providing crucial updates to the public. Staff, all in all, responded to over 700 incidents across the city. In addition, the city assisted with evacuations and provided support to both residents and local hospitals during this critical time. Next, please. Moving on to our communication teams who work to keep the community informed throughout the event. On January 7th, we launched the emergency splash page I mentioned earlier on glendaleca.gov, ensuring residents had immediate access to important information. We reminded the public about our emergency alert system, or Everbridge. We provided essential safety tips, contacts, and instructions on signing up for power outage alerts, and encourage residents to monitor the live outage map for real-time updates. As evacuation notices were issued, we made sure that notifications reach residents through multiple channels, text messages, phone calls, emails, and our media platforms. We consistently updated the public about our evacuation center, street maintenance efforts, and other key services. And within the next 24 hours, we lifted the evacuation orders, and all of this information was communicated in multiple languages, including Armenian, Spanish, and Korean, through various media platforms. Since then, staff have continued to work together to keep residents informed about the status of our clean water quality, air quality condition, and other important updates. Next, please. Just to share some metrics, interesting metrics with you. Our website, glendaleca.gov, saw over 144,000 visits, showing a significant increase in engagement during the event. We also had over 6,405 new enrollments in our emergency alert system, which is a crucial tool for keeping residents informed in real time. From a social media perspective, our reach expanded considerably with an average of 317,000 accounts reached per post. The evacuation orders for Chevy Chase alone received over 360,000 impressions. Good news, we gained 4,500 new followers across our platforms over the past week, highlighting the increased engagement from our community. Next, please. As far as some recent updates are concerned, crews are systematically working block by block, district by district, to clear fallen limbs, brush, and other debris from streets. And I will ask in a little bit for Mr. Hernandez to cover that aspect of the recovery effort. Nearly all power has been restored to our residents, with efforts continuing to support the remaining affected residential and commercial areas. And all Glendale fire stations remain fully staffed to ensure ongoing preparedness and until the severe winds pass. And go back a moment. As Councilmember Kasakian mentioned, here are some phone numbers if you need to report for fallen trees and limbs: 548-3950, power outages 855-550-4497, and for fire stations 956-4800. And you can always contact us through our app at My Glendale or directly at our website, glendaleca.gov. Next, please. And lastly, we are extremely grateful for these donors on the list for their generous food and supply donations to the city's evacuation center. I know of individuals, families, and organizations that actually delivered food to fire stations as well as the police officers that were protecting the neighborhoods that we had evacuated. So with over 100 residents at this location, at our evacuation center, their support was truly appreciated and made evacuees feel more comfortable in their temporary setting. And it goes to prove that in situations like this, it's overwhelming that all of our community comes together to help each other out. Thank you for indulgence, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to add to that at least 4 of our city employees have also lost their homes due to the fires. I know that through the Glendale Fire Foundation, there's been a fund created. So anyone that is interested in donating, please visit the Glendale Fire Foundation site. There's an area that covers the details, and you can make a donation there. All of the funds will be going directly to our city employees that lost their homes in the fires. So, and obviously, any of these costs would not be covered by FEMA or insurance as they try to find a place to stay and possibly for a long-term. So thank you all.
A couple of things, Madam Mayor. If
Yes.
you'd like to hear from Mr. Hernandez on the status of the cleanup of the
So-
as well as Chief Brooks is here in the audience. If you have any questions related to the...
I think one of my questions was in my comments. Number one, your slide showcased 270 some fallen trees. I want to note that if we count fallen trees and limbs, it's over 550, of which what I understand as of yesterday, 309 have been cleaned up. If Mr. Hernandez, if you have handy the schedule that you have in place, how long you think the cleanup is needed to go across the city, and then if there are additional resources or funding we need to allocate if this council wants to expedite that process.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. We have previously published that we're on schedule for a 6 to 8 week cleanup. So we're systematically going through the city block by block, like has been mentioned. So far we've completed, there's 12 maintenance districts. We've completed 6 of those maintenance districts. Currently, it's the south and southeast. We're moving our way into the downtown area and then moving our way west, north of the 134, and then moving our way up north. As was reported, there was 554 downed trees or limbs, and we have cleared 309, so we still have 245 pending. Obviously, that's what's been reported, but through our sweeps, as we identify items that haven't been reported, we're also addressing that as well. So we're pacing slightly ahead of the 6 to 8 week schedule, but in terms of resources, I'll have to meet with the city manager and our staff to determine how to best approach this. But right now, we're expecting to be around the 6 weeks.
Okay. I would appreciate, even if it's through a memo initially, between tonight and next meeting, if you do have some suggestions and possible ways that, I don't know if we need to bring on additional contractors or we can work with our trash haulers to expedite that process. That would be helpful. And then I definitely want to give an opportunity to our fire chief or deputy fire chief to make any comments, provide any updates. I think it's critical for our residents to hear, and my understanding is we still have a red flag alert out, and what that means for our cities. So, Deputy Chief Brooks.
Madam Mayor, Council, and City Staff, Jeff Brooks, Deputy Fire Chief for the Glendale Fire Department. On behalf of the Glendale Fire Department, I'd like to provide an update on our efforts and share our deep appreciation for the community's cooperation during the last few weeks. First, I want to express our heartfelt condolences to those who have suffered unimaginable loss during the devastating fire siege, as you mentioned, even those in our own city. Our thoughts and prayers remain with them, as well as the first responders, utility workers, and support personnel tirelessly working on the Eaton and Palisades fire still today. Glendale continues to support the regional response with 1 fire engine deployed to the Palisades fire, 1 rescue ambulance assigned to the Eaton fire, and 1 fire captain serving in an overhead position at the Eaton fire. Despite these commitments, all Glendale fire stations have remained fully staffed the entire time from the event to now, with additional staffing in place still today. This enhanced staffing model is a direct reflection of the deep commitment our personnel have to protect Glendale, and it will remain in place through Thursday at minimum this week. As you mentioned, there's still a red flag warning in place. And we'll continue to monitor the changing weather conditions. Although the winds may die down, our relative humidities are in single digits, creating a heightened fire situation for us all. To our Glendale residents, we extend our gratitude for your diligent efforts in evacuating when orders were issued for several areas of the city. Please know that the Glendale Fire Department does not take evacuation warnings or orders lightly. These decisions are made with the utmost care, always prioritizing the safety and well-being of our citizens first. Evacuation warnings and orders are issued out of an abundance of caution based on specific risk factors, including wind patterns, fire behavior, and the potential for embercast impacts. While other nearby areas may appear similar in risk, each has unique topographical and environmental considerations. Additionally, maintaining unimpeded access for fire department personnel remains a priority for us to get into areas that may be impacted. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the overwhelming outpouring of support from our community, as city manager and so many of council have covered tonight. From donations and kind gestures to messages of encouragement, your compassion for both firefighters and those impacted by these fires has been deeply moving. The spirit of unity and generosity is what makes Glendale such an amazing community. Glendale remains strong and prepared, and we thank our residents and city leaders for their support during these challenging times. As we move forward, I urge everyone to remain vigilant. With ongoing challenging weather conditions and elevated fire risks, it's vital that we remain at a heightened level of awareness. Together, we will continue to prioritize safety and resilience in the face of adversity. Again, on behalf of the Glendale Fire Department, we thank you for your support and partnership as we continue to navigate the challenges in front of us. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Ksaki.
Well, more of a comment than a question. First of all, thank you. We really appreciate everything that you and your staff did and continue to do. It's not easy, but it takes a very special kind of public servant to run literally towards the flames, and that's what you did. What I want to bring up is, this is my follow-up comment is that we had a discussion here about a year ago on April 2nd, 2024. It was the Glendale Fire Department's review of fire service master plan. It was produced by City Gate Association, specifically for the Glendale Fire Department to assess our resources, what we have, where we see areas where we need to improve. And unfortunately, because of how that meeting turned out, and some of my colleagues decided not to stay for the entirety of the meeting, they may have missed out on that very important and critical report. And one of the issues that I've continuously brought up is how we need to expand and modernize the fire station in one of the northernmost points of our city, the one that is on Honolulu across from the Trader Joe's, abutting our city library, and how to improve our fire services in a part of the city where if there is something that may happen in the future, and I've said it's not a matter of if or when, what happened in Altadena could have easily happened in our city, given the conditions, how we can be better prepared for it. So I don't know what we can do to have that item be revisited, because we have one council member who is not sitting up on the dais at the time and another who walked out of the meeting, how we can have that reviewed and I think discussed again.
Mayor, member City Council, if it's the council's desire, we can always share the report via email or have a presentation at council if you direct us.
Okay. Yes.
Well, thank you, Chief, for being here and for your comprehensive report. I agree with Mr. Kasakian about reevaluating the three fire stations. We had a tour. I had a tour of all three of them. They are in, I don't want to say dire need, but immediate need of upgrades. Quality of life is a huge issue. But as far as our preventive actions, basically, for our mountains or brush clearance and the Verdugo's, because I know that some of the areas in Palisades and not only in Palisades, in dense areas of LA, the controlled burn option was challenged in court and they were blocked, and that was one of the issues they had, that they didn't have any forest management. Do we have to, I'm sure we're doing it just for public's information, what do we do in that aspect? Are we monitoring some of our mountains? How do you monitor it? How do you inspect it? Is there a need for any of the clearance or controlled burns or what have you, whatever the process is, if you can elaborate.
Sure, Councilmember Garpetti, great question. We have a very aggressive vegetation management program. We have a lot of the city, about 60+%, that's in the very high fire hazard severity zone as far as CAL FIRE's mapping of fire threats for the city. We issue about 9,000 notices a year to residents to take care of vegetation management and clearance around their properties. That's 100 feet of defensible space. We also do clearing projects throughout the community. We just submitted for a Cal OES grant for over $700,000 to work on defensible space and vegetation management as we move forward. That's something we think we're likely to secure based on the threats we have in Glendale. Every year we do projects with the California Conservation Corps of Vegetation Management and Clearance. As you know, we also use goats throughout the city. So two things we've predominantly done is mechanized, which is hand clearing, and utilization of the goats as well. Those have both proved successful. There are some inherent risks with putting fire on the ground in a wildland urban interface areas we have in Glendale with homes in close proximity, as well as smoke management issues. But we're pretty confident in the program that we have, and we will continue to strengthen those efforts.
Thank you, Chief.
So I have Chief, although I wasn't here on April 2nd, for that last part of the meeting, there were some fires going up here, and I thought it best to get some fresh air outside of the room. I want you to know that during my tenure on council, I've been intimately involved with all the fire chiefs. I did receive a briefing on the report on April 2nd, So I don't want you to worry about me. I'm all with you guys from 2005 till present. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I'm happy to support if you want to bring it to the council, or would you like?
I would like us to specifically look at the fire stations up in the northern part of the city, some of which have been neglected since 2005, since we're talking about the subject.
Well, I would actually, I don't know if my council colleagues have taken a visit to our fire stations in general. I know that I did that about a year and a half ago. I think prior to that item coming, which I would wholeheartedly support, I would also encourage my colleagues, if you haven't visited, for you to go take a look, because I think, what you see at our fire stations will paint a very different picture and give you real time versus just what we get in a report. So
Yeah, I just mentioned that I
Yeah.
had a
yeah,
tour
so
of
let's
all 3 fire
yeah.
stations.
Well,
Councilmember Najjar.
Well, I really don't want to get into it with my colleague. I think his remarks at the start were a little off base. Perhaps we'll get into that when we talk about council courtesy. But I do want to say that if the implication is that the fire department has been neglected or facilities are in a state of neglect and unable to serve its purpose for the city of Glendale, then please bring that before us. This is something that should be done in the budget process, where we're talking about significant sums of money. At that point, we can balance all the needs, as well as other public safety needs, and make a proper decision, not shoot arrows across the dais from one side to the other.
yes.
Mayor, members of City Council, as a matter of fact, that process has started. The effort is underway. We have hired the fire department and public works department have hired a consultant to do a facility condition assessment and recommendations that we will bring to council for consideration. As I was noted, it's a large sum of money that needs to be invested in these 3 fire stations. But it's in the works, so.
Thank you. We're going to take public comments during public comment section. I recognize that, but this is, we can't take public comment during council comments and staff comments, Mr. Mahal. Thank you. Please, okay, let's continue. Thank you. I appreciate you. If Mr. Mahal hasn't submitted a card and would like to speak, just please make sure. Yes, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so next are community event announcements, 3 minutes, 5 speaker limit. Per mayor policy, this item also permits speakers wishing to speak under general oral communications. Subject to the 3-minute time limit, discussion is limited to matters not on the agenda. Mayor Satrian, we have 5 speaker cards. Our first speaker is Paul Rabinoff. Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Satrian and Council. I'm here on behalf of the Glendale Environmental Coalition to help promote an event occurring in our neighboring city of Pasadena. Pasadena 100 advocates for policies and programs to achieve 100% clean energy from their municipality by 2030. January 30th marks the 2nd anniversary of the Pasadena Climate Emergency Resolution, which they called for. For the anniversary, as devastating weather events have resulted in devastating fires and loss of lives, homes, and businesses, Pasadena 100 is holding a vigil for our community and our planet in front of Pasadena City Hall Thursday, January 30th from 6 to 8 p.m. They invite elected officials and people who live and work in neighboring cities to join them at this vigil. Everyone, please consider attending and supporting our neighbors in calling for much-needed change and 100% clean energy, not only for Pasadena, but here in Glendale as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Skinner. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Maria Skinner, and I live in the Chevy Chase Canyon area and was part of the evacuation on Wednesday. I've had a thought about one-sided parking in my area for some time, and the tragedy of the Eaton Canyon fire brought it to top of mind. The average street, and that's being generous in my area, is 20 feet width, and the average fire rig mirror to mirror is 8.5 feet, so they need 10.5 feet to passably safely go through the streets. There's two-sided parking. The average car mirror to mirror is about 7 feet. If you had a car here and a car here, that's 14 feet, you're down to 6. A rig can't pass. It's 8.5, it needs 10.5 to get down my street. Seconds matter if someone's having a heart attack, and minutes matter when it's a fire. It'd be a simple fix. You put signs on one side, no parking, you've solved the problem. The streets involved are Graceland, Golf Club, Arundel Place, Edgewick. I'd be happy to interface with anyone. They want to come there, show you around, talk about it, check the measurements, whatever needs to effectuate this. We don't want a tragedy like Eaton Canyon in Glendale, ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments? I'm happy to answer anything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alec Bartrosov. Alec, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I also wanted to just take this opportunity to thank our emergency responders. The last couple of weeks have been very hectic and chaotic in my community and in the communities around us. I also want to give a shout out to the outpouring of support from volunteers, neighbors, people who have really come together to show support for people who have lost their homes, thousands and thousands of people. If we're not directly affected, I know many people who have been affected directly. And I want to give my shout out to those folks and appreciate those folks who have stepped up to help in this time of need. I also want to thank staff as well. There's not a day that I've gone out where I'm seeing some team doing something in our community to clean up, to bring things back to normalcy as much as they can. And I also want to make note of some very small people in this community that have gone out of their way to make comments online, essentially saying that this disaster is somehow tied to some Democrat, liberal, socialist agenda that is somehow engineering our society into submission, and that's the reason why we have these disasters. I think it's very small of those people to do that in this time. Yes, there's things that we can improve upon. There's things we can do that can bring us better towards emergency preparedness. But this is not the time for those kind of comments. It's very inappropriate, actually. So thank you very much for all you do and for our community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Mulhill. You have 3 minutes.
Evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. Even members of the viewing audience, my name is Mike Mohill. I'd like to talk about the fire department, which is very important. Artie, you mentioned about fire department stations and so forth. On the agenda tonight is the Verdugo Wash bike lanes. How can you put in bike lanes on a Verdugo Wash when you don't have money for fire stations that need to be repaired and upgraded? We need brush clearance. Our money should be spent on important stuff and not bike lanes. I'll repeat myself. When your house is burning, you don't go out and buy new furniture and carpeting for the family room. The Verdugo Wash is on the agenda tonight. Fire stations are on the agenda. You brought it up tonight, right now. I hope this council, going forward, does not move forward. I know it's on the agenda for later on this evening, the Verdugo Wash. Keep that in mind. I also want to thank and congratulate our new president, Donald J. Trump. Hooray. There's a breath of fresh air in this country. A breath of fresh air. This whole thing about DEI, critical race theory, is dead. Dead, 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 dead. In the schools, dead. We don't need to have Gay Pride Month. Let's have Veterans Pride Month. I noticed this whole weekend is, don't get me wrong, I respect Martin Luther King, but I noticed that the library was closed for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for Martin Luther King Day. You know, that's wonderful. Why don't we have Memorial Day closed for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday, Monday also? Why are we doing this, all this woke stuff? This is terrible. What kind of government are we talking about? Again, we have a new chief in town. His name is Donald Trump, and he won the popular vote and the electoral college vote. That's very important, and it was too big to rig this time. As we find out more and more, the 2020 election was rigged by the FBI, the Hunter Biden laptop corruption. That's federal information, but Donald Trump would have won in 2020 if we didn't have corruption in our own federal government. I want to thank our fire department again for the service they did. I want to thank our police department for the service they did. They kept me safe. I live in Glen Oaks Canyon. I got the warnings, not once, but twice. So I want to thank them. And I got 10 seconds. I'll give it to the next speaker. Thank you. Hey, Tony.
Next speaker is Tony Passarella. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Satrian, council members, staff, and viewing public. Tony Passarella, 37-year resident of the city of Glendale. There's a new sheriff in town. His name is Donald J. Trump, given a mandate by the people, something old becoming new again. A new golden age, pro-God, pro-family, love of country, patriotism, and freedom, restoring power to the people. Democrat big government controlled paradigm squashed, leaving the Democrat Party on life support. Corporate heads, left-leaning media, celebrities, world leaders, all acquiescing to Trump, the most powerful man in the world. Facebook, McDonald's, and others are ending their DEI programs. Universities across the country are doing the same. No more men and women's sports. Trans and gender identity and sanity in schools is going to be squashed. It's the dawn of a new age, one where there are only two genders, male and female. Council, many people right here in Glendale are waking up. We resoundingly rejected your North Brand bike lane project. Your backs against the wall and you yielded. And we, the people of Glendale, tasted the fruits of victory. The sleeping giant awoken. And we are not going to stand for your bullshit policies anymore. Climate change, anything to do with climate change nonsense, Mr. Brotman, looking at his phone over there. Raising of electric rates, authoritarian rule in council chambers, Mrs. Satrian, and all the rest. We are sick and tired of it all. And keep in mind, you work for us. We, the people, are watching more closely now. Your progressive Democrats may think you're on the winning team, but you are not. Hear me. God abhors your position on abortion. Killing of babies with a heartbeat in the womb is not okay. And one day you will be judged by the ultimate judge, the Lion and the Lamb, the Lord God Almighty. Council, you need to stop feeding the beast, because in the end, the beast is going to eat you. And your political careers here in Glendale will be dead. Thank you.
Next.
Next are action items. Action item A, City Attorney regarding report on rules for the conduct of council meetings.
My apologies. I know that we received a lot of emails and letters on the Verdugo Wash item, which is 8D. By show of hands, can I see how many people are here? I'm trying to see if we need to. Okay. I'd like to take up this item first to allow our residents to speak on it, and then We can take up the rest of the items after. So, City Clerk. So to note, just as always been the rules, the last comment card or call needs to come in before the first speaker ends. And so if you would like to speak on this item, or if you'd like to call in on this item, please do so before the first speaker ends speaking. Thank you.
I'll read the item into the record. Item 8D, Community Development regarding Verdugo Wash Master Plan, RFP consultant selection. One motion authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute a professional services agreement with Michael Van Valkenbra Associates, Inc. in the amount of $5,762,370 using grant funds for the preparation of the Verdugo Wash Master Plan.
Madam Mayor? Before we begin the item, as you know, this item was continued from September so that we could obtain an advice letter from the Fair Political Practices Commission regarding the participation of council members Garpetian, Brotman, and Najarian. The FPPC issued an opinion in December which concluded that council members Najarian and Garpetian have a disqualifying conflict of interest while Councilmember Brotman does not. Due to the public generally rule. So it is our advice based on that opinion and based on our prior opinion that council members Garpetian and Najarian recuse themselves from the participation in this matter, disclose the nature of their conflict, both being a real property interest within 500 feet of the proposed project. And then if they so choose, they may remain in the audience and participate as a member of the public, so long as they speak with respect to the impact that the project may have on their real property interest. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the FPPC issue, and that has to be addressed, obviously, before we get into the substance of the matter.
So I have in front of me letters that were submitted by Councilmember Najarian and Garpetian to you to forward to us. I just have some clarifying points. I know that that was your initial recommendation, and I also know that for the last however many years this has been going on, Councilmember Najarian has recused himself in the past, because I know we've had discussions on it, but his letter also notes that data provided by the city is erroneous and incorrect, and then it follows by saying the decision to let Mr. Brotman participate is also erroneous, and he should then be ordered to recuse himself from the vote. I believe that our direction, and from the information that I gathered, was you were supposed to forward, before you sent anything to the FPPC, you had to get the agreement from Councilmember Najarian and Garpetian on what we were submitting. And I just want to clarify that if that was done.
Before we made those requests, we provided those draft requests to all three council members who had potential conflict issues before they were issued to the FPPC. That's correct, Madam Mayor.
And so, did they both approve the letter before it went?
They did. There was some discussion regarding this, some of the issues, factual points, but ultimately all three council members did approve the letter that was sent to the FPPC.
Okay.
If I could just briefly, and they can certainly address it as well. Council members Najarian and Garpetian did request or have sought our office's assistance in appealing this advice letter. And so first I would just say that the letter is just that, it's a letter of advice. It wasn't a formal decision that the FPPC made. They're acting pursuant to the authority granted to the FPPC staff to issue these advice letters. And so the only appeals that are permissible under the FPPC rules are, one is a request to reconsider the advice letter based on new facts or facts that they didn't consider. And as far as our view is of the situation, there aren't facts that we think we could submit to them, but we're still considering that. And then the other option is to request a formal opinion from the commission itself However, they've advised us that in this circumstance, because they've already issued an advice letter, and it's based on the regulations and the existing FPPC advice letters, that the FPPC opinion route is not a viable path for them to go forward and get an opinion, because that's really for issues that are sort of new and not previously addressed in the regulations. So with that, happy to answer any questions and address the issue further.
Mr. Garcia, while I understood, if you can say that in terms that I think our average
Sure. Sorry, apologies. So essentially,
public
a
member
request-
can understand.
A request was made to appeal those decisions, and the basis to seek further review is limited to where there are new facts or circumstances, or where is an issue that the FPPC has never dealt with before. And in our view, and in the FPPC's view, neither of those circumstances exists.
Councilmember Kasakian, I think you had a question?
Yeah, so you mentioned that there was some information that's being considered, or that in addition to council members Garpetian and Najarian having issue with the decision and having, I believe in their letter saying that some information was either erroneous or inaccurate. How difficult is it to contact the FPPC with whatever information that they're claiming would be impactful on the decision?
Councilmember Castelli, it's hard to answer because, as I noted previously, we feel like the request that was thorough, the facts and the regulations as we understood them. I think there is a disagreement. One of the basis for the opinion that Councilmember Brotman can participate in the decision is that he qualifies for what's called the public generally exception, which is if a property is within, if a property is one of 15% of other properties within the city, or 15% of similarly situated properties have the same issue, then he can participate. And the number that we looked at through our geographic information systems, GIS, came to a conclusion of about 15.1 something percent, so it was pretty close. But again, those GIS numbers are routinely used by the FPPC to determine whether or not the applicable public general exception applies. And it only applies in this case at the 15% level for Councilmember Brotman because it's his principal residence and it's his only property within the 500-foot buffer. Whereas it was a little bit different for Council members Najarian and Garpetian. So it's hard for me to answer your question as far as what new information, because I do believe they had all the requisite information to make an opinion and provide us that advice.
So have either council members submitted new or amended requests for advice and asked for clarification on the specific aspects of the decision?
They've asked me to assist them in that regard, yes. And to date, I've indicated I don't yet have information that I believe that FPPC would be able to act on.
What would assistance, look like? Why not just make those clarifications, whatever information would be given to you, to just simply be given directly to the FPPC with the attached letter that they sent us?
I'd probably defer to Councilor Najarian and Garpetian.
Well, it's a technical field of law with a lot of precedent and a lot of factual nuances. For instance, in Mr. Brotman's case, he can participate because there's a 15.15% number of affected homes. Are you telling me that when we do our GIS reports that there isn't a 1% error when we do that? That is my point. I would like to inspect that and go through it on a step-by-step basis. That is a factual issue that presumably was given to the FPPC.
So
furthermore, the FPPC then made their ruling. In the regulations, it says, but if you can provide us clear and convincing evidence that you don't have a disproportionate impact than the public in general, then you can vote. You don't make your case for clear and convincing evidence at the outset. You use it if you're going to claim an exemption. And there's plenty of information that I would like to, and presumably Mr. Garpetian would like to put forward that there is clear and convincing evidence that the Verdugo Wash behind, in this case, my wife's home, separated by a 15-foot block wall, will have no effect at all. Now, if I need to get realtors, if I need to get comparable sales, if I need to do this sort of noise studies, whatever is required, I should be able to do that with the help of council to properly format it and present it to the FPPC. I'm being denied that opportunity. And it's not Ara Najarian who's being denied. It's residents of the city of Glendale who are being disenfranchised. And to push forward with this until there is a final determination just doesn't make sense. Besides, as I want to quote the FPPC, so the point is that, Najarian's property and Vartan's property are so specifically benefited by this wash project that they're getting an unfair advantage. In the FPPC's own letter, they admit that it affects the city as a whole when they say the wash project seeks, among other things, to transform its role from simply a flood control channel into a central part of the city's fabric. Now, how can you say that something is the central part of the city's fabric and say it's only Garbettian and I that are getting the influence and not the entire city? Central part of the city's fabric, page 6 on the FPPC letter. This is why there needs to be some advocacy to explain to the FPPC that their data is flawed, that there can be clear and convincing evidence produced that there is not a disproportionate impact, and that there is a public general impact for the entire city for this great Verdugo Wash that everyone has expounded on how it's going to change the whole city. It's going to be such a wonderful thing. Well then, if it's a wonderful thing for the city, it's a wonderful thing for everybody, and I should be able to participate. And so should Mr. Garbettian. So that's the thrust of my argument to the FPPC. And if you cut me out at this stage and you cut out Mr. Garbettian, it's a miscarriage of justice, and it's a disenfranchisement of the residents of Glendale.
Okay. So it seems as though you have an opportunity to get clarification and to provide information to the FPPC. What has stopped you from doing so?
City policy. I can't go to...
There's no city policy preventing you from contacting the FPPC on a decision and providing them with
How about sitting down with our staff and going through the private data of homeowners in the city?
Councilmember Najarian, I understand that you're going to have an answer for everything I bring up because perhaps it's the nature of, this discussion that I just can't understand when individuals have issues or questions with an FPPC decision, how difficult it is to pick up the telephone and speak to the person who issued that decision and say, hey, I think there's maybe a few things you missed.
Why don't you answer that? Because I'm a little too mouthy up here, Mr.
And then I have a question.
Well, I think to the point, Councilmember Kasaki and Councilmember Najarian, so certainly I think FPPC officials would talk to anybody that called them, but they are likely to stick to this unless there is additional actual data that's presented. And even then, they are following what they feel are their rules. And like I said, we want, if council wants us to explore further identifying facts or circumstances that might lead to the conclusion that either is clear and convincing evidence that the project will not have a financial impact on the council member's real property interest, up or down, or that the project affects a significant segment of the public generally beyond the 15% that has been identified, we could do that. My professional opinion, based on reviewing a lot of the FPPC opinions and based on reviewing the regulations, is that I think they're unlikely to do that. But again, we take direction from council on how you want to proceed. I would just note, in terms of the citywide impact, there are a lot of projects and admittedly, this would be one of the largest that we've had, but there are a number of citywide projects, citywide programs that affect the residents citywide that the council considers, where that in itself does not trigger the public general exception. What triggers it is if a particular project has the similar impact as it does to the properties for council members Brotman, Najarian, and Garpetian, and that's what they look at. I mean, we looked at a lot of these cases, these advice letters that they write, and we looked through the regulations, and that's kind of where we have. But again, it's up to the council to decide whether to help the council, ask us to work with the council members to identify what additional facts that the FPPC can use to conclude that the project will not have a significant impact on their real properties.
So I have no issue, I've stated this, I have no issue with all of the council members participating in any decision.
Yeah.
I think that's, what we should do. However, there are rules regarding that. There are laws regarding that, which is what has brought us here. I know that, Mr. Garcia, you had spoken about this, had brought it up, or, you expressed what your sentiment and feelings were about how this would be interpreted. The FPPC confirmed that. So that's twice that it's been affirmed. And now, however, there is some questions regarding that decision. I'm willing to give, despite, my council member Najarian's mood today, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, whatever it is, information that you need to get clarification on, including your comments to try and, I guess you have issues with Councilmember Brotman's 15.1% impact. Lay it all out, provide it. You certainly are not unfamiliar with, bringing up legal arguments to whoever it must be, and let's get that final answer so we can proceed with this. But I think that to continue this, it almost feels like it's a delay tactic, and I may be wrong, but that's what it starts feeling like. That's a delay tactic.
I want to ask a question.
I'm going to just ask this once. Please, no clapping, booing. As always, you can raise the roof or put your thumbs up and down.
And by the way, it's
yes.
not just Councilmember Najarian, Councilmember Garpetian. Let's get the answer that you feel you'll be comfortable with one way or another. But we have to then, once we receive an answer, move forward. Again, I'll support your desire if you want to have that waiting period to get a final answer from the FPPC. By all means, do it. But I think that you're capable of providing the information that you want or expressing what has been omitted that could possibly make them reconsider the decision they issued.
I have a question.
Mr. Bratton.
Okay. Maybe you can clear this up for us, Mr. Garcia. So this is an advice letter. This is an opinion from the FPPC. It does not bind either of my colleagues. They can choose to recuse themselves, or they can choose not to recuse themselves. Isn't that correct?
Councilmember Brotman, so while it's technically correct, yes, it's not a decision. It is an advice letter. The advice letter, when it concludes that the public official does not have a conflict, then immunizes that public official from participating in a decision where they've said you can participate. Where the FPPC opinion says you have a disqualifying interest and you should recuse, they can always participate, but there are ramifications for that. That does expose a public official to potential administrative enforcement, which includes fines, civil or criminal enforcement. So given that the FPPC has advised council members Garpetian and Najarian not to participate, that would be my advice as well, because there are ramifications, serious ones, to participating.
Okay. But if they are so sure that there are other facts and circumstances here, they could participate, and I would not oppose that.
Certainly. Again, however, I would always, as a lawyer, I would always feel more comfortable if we identify those facts and circumstances, provide them to the FPPC, and see whether or not they agree that those new facts and circumstances would allow them to participate in the decision.
So I have a further question on that then. That decision letter came in December, and we are now January some. Why wasn't there anything submitted between then and now?
Madam Mayor, so we did, first of all, there was a lot of internal discussion with the council members regarding this issue of how to appeal it, how to seek further review, how to do whatever, how to, and I've explained to the council members, we see it as a challenge. One option is to seek some outside assistance to help us in this review, but another option is to try to do some additional digging, additional analysis. Just given the amount of time that it would take to perform this analysis, the question is posed to the council now. Do you want to proceed, or do you want to take some additional time to further review this?
But Councilmember Najarian, you, in your letter, do you have the items that you think are gonna secure for you to get a different ruling?
So the FPPC wasn't given any of those facts which I believe would show clear and convincing evidence. What that would require would be presumably things like a noise study, things like a light study, things like a property evaluation or appraisal between my wife's home and someone else's home outside the district. I take issue with the calculations of the percentage of homes which were given. I just took that on word of staff, and we're only talking about, in Mr. Brotman's case, a 1% error. The 0.1% that clears him is 1% of 15. So I should at least be entitled to review that, and I didn't know this answer until right before Christmas, a week before Christmas, and I immediately was in contact with Mr. Garcia, talked about remedies, talked about placing the home in a trust, talked about quit claiming this property, talking about now perhaps this can be transferred to someone on my wife's side of the family, which would clear me from it. So there's a lot of different things going on, but I think the FPPC is wrong here. They just did their knee-jerk response that, oh, you're this close, obviously there's an impact. They don't know my property. They never looked at my property. They don't know there's a 15-foot wall between my house and the wash.
So it's not the distance that you're arguing, it's that there's some wall that would not cause an impact to your property?
If I can show clear and convincing evidence under the statute, regulation, then I can participate.
How long has this project been going on?
I'm sorry, someone from the public want to speak?
Well, they can't speak right now, so, no.
I thought they wanted to jump in
How
and
long has
speak.
this been how long have we been discussing this project? How many years?
Mayor and council members, excuse me, we began the visioning process in April of 2020. That concluded in November of 2022.
Okay. Clearly, during that time, this item has come up time and again.
With respect to Councilmember Najarian, yes.
Yes. And you have, from what I remember, recused yourself every time without having this discussion. Can you please clarify what has changed?
What happened was I wanted to get an official opinion from the FPPC. They gave me an opinion that I believe was flawed based on facts.
They gave it now, Mr. Najarian.
Yes.
So you have I have been in meetings with you where you have comfortably walked out, accepted, and recused yourself, right, over the years. And at this juncture, you have come back and said, well, I don't think I should be recusing myself. I'm trying to understand what happened between the last time this item was here and now, because the only thing that I see different is a council colleague that's sitting to the right of me. Like, please, if there's something different, then tell me, walk me through it. I'm being honest here. I'm really trying to be understanding of what happened and why you've changed your mind, because I have never seen you have been opposed to this project, but I have never seen you speak up against it and saying that you disagree with that decision. So help me understand.
I don't know what you're asking me to tell you, but At this time, it's a decision that I wish to partake in, and I challenge the FPPC's non-binding opinion that I should not participate.
Can I try to ask the question in my own way?
Did I ask it incorrectly?
No.
I couldn't be any more clear.
If I could. So the last time this came to us is when we voted to issue the RFP for this project that we are now potentially voting to approve the contract for. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what was the date of that meeting?
It was early 2023. We'd have to look up the date for
Early
that.
2023, this council met and approved staff to issue an RFP to seek a consultant who would do the work that we're now looking to award a contract for, right?
Correct. And we also, that was the point where we also accepted the grant money as well, if I'm not
We
mistaken.
accepted the grant money. Those decisions came to council. Councilman Najarian said he's recusing himself. He gave all the reasons, his wife's property. I believe he went to the audience and he made a comment as a member of the public. But I don't ever remember in that instance him protesting the fact that he had to recuse himself. So I'll ask the same question that the mayor just asked. What changed between that meeting in 2023 and today?
When I didn't participate, it was on the advice of counsel of Mr. Garcia. And not until I read the statutes and saw that there are exceptions, those exceptions not explained to me in detail, that I realized that I should have been participating in fighting this earlier on. And that's perhaps a conflict of interest that we're perceiving on the part of Mr. Garcia. His job isn't to represent me. His job is to represent the will of 3 members of the council. This is why I'm asking for representation to show me what my rights and obligations are in participating. We're putting too much burden on Mr. Garcia to be your attorney, to be my attorney, to advise me not to vote on a decision that you guys want. And I've stated that there's a lot of conflict that the city attorney has, not in a derogatory way, but he's put in a tough situation. If I had my own attorney and I said, I really want to participate in this, there would have been steps taken, and I would have presented the same argument at that time.
So you're again saying Mr. Garcia is being biased. Seems to be what you're saying.
His job is to represent his client. At this point, the client is the council as a whole, not an individual who's been asked to recuse.
Right, but you say he's not being even-handed? Is that what you're saying?
He is not, his duty is to the council as a whole, not to Ara Najarian. In that
That's right.
case, he is not being even-handed to Ara Najarian and to Mr. Garbetjan, presumably.
He is giving his opinion as to what is the law relative to what this council needs to be deciding on. And to my mind, it's the same opinion he gave before we went to get this FPPC letter. It's the same opinion he's giving now. It's the same opinion that the FPPC has given. And the way I see it, this is really a filibustering tactic. And
Really?
it's in bad faith.
Well, you better watch out
And,
yourself, Mr. Brotman, because footnote number 4 on page 7 warns you that you might be in trouble too. Well, I don't know who's going to advise you, Mr. Garcia.
I'm perfectly comfortable with participating in this based on the FPPC opinion. And I think we need to move ahead and stop the delay tactics. So I'm for having the discussion, taking a vote today. And if you want to recuse yourself, fine. And if you don't, that's fine with me also.
Councilmember Garpetian?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the first time that I'm involved in, writing to FPCC or getting a letter, getting an opinion letter, or what have you. I was told by our city attorney that we can't write our own letters. It has to go through the city attorney, which was fine. I think my issue with the opinion letter that we received from FPPC is they have this, like our ordinances that we have, you always speak about it. We have a blanket ordinance and you apply it to different projects and it doesn't always come out right. And I think this is one of the situations. And this is not a delay tactic. If my colleagues like to move forward tonight and vote for it, by all means. I'm not going to participate based on the letter that I received and subject myself to members of the community go out and file a complaint with the FPCC and put me in a bad position. I'm not going to do that. But what I'm asking tonight is, if you guys feel comfortable moving forward, by all means. My issue with the letter and my appeal to the, I wanted to have an in-person meeting with the FPPC and explain what one condition that I don't think they look at is in their page 14 of their law book, which is conflicts over review, it says that 25% that conflicts you out or not. It talks about businesses, all real properties, and all individuals within the official's jurisdiction. When you say all individuals, with 25% of the individuals in the city, basically. When you look at the magnitude of this project, and that's what I want to present to FPPC, the magnitude of this project, the length of this project, it goes from north all the way to mid-Glendale to almost South Glendale or Southwest Glendale. If you're telling me that it's only going to affect that people who live within 500 feet of that project and no one else, I don't think any of us believe that in here. The cost of this project is going to be in billions, based on the bridge project that we have right now over the LA River. It's a 330-foot-long bridge. I don't know, it was $6 million. So the cost of this is a 9.5-mile project. The cost of this project would be very expensive. And who's going to pay for it? You can get some grants here and there, but you cannot fund this project all with grants. And if the taxpayers have to pay for it, it will affect more than 25% of people. And that's all I'm saying. This project, I can read between the lines as well. Sometimes how the votes are going to be. Sometimes it doesn't go that way that you think. But I know this project has support. I know that, but it will affect more than 25% of the residents of this city. And if that's the case, I'm not conflicted out. I want to present that to the FPPC. And I was told by my city attorney that that is not the case. But I think it is. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy between what I think and my city attorney thinks. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying, and this is why when you're in a legal situation, you hire an attorney to represent you, right? So the attorney will do everything to win, right? But in this case, he has to keep the balance between all of us and the city's position within the FPPC. Now, this project at some point will require 4 votes. Maybe not today, maybe not next year, maybe in the future. It's bundled up with the land use element that we had, and the land use element needs 4 votes to pass. We don't want to go through all this research and development and spending $5-6 million of grant money, of course, and come back in 2 years, 3 years, and there are no 4 votes over there. All I'm asking, if this project it is a chain reaction basically between all of this. Portion of this wash, it has different zonings. I don't want to get into that too much, but if you needed 4 votes in a year or 2, and you don't have it at that time, that's going to create a lot more project. I don't want this to be a project like North Brand Boulevard demonstration project that the community has to come out and fight every day and every day. I think if we want to have our cake and eat it too, I would ask my colleagues to look into bringing this project to Brand Boulevard and stop it there at this time. Do your research, do your study, see how would that work, see if that's something that the community will want, see if it makes financial sense, I haven't received one phone call from anyone asking me, where is my Verdugo Wash bicycle project? Not one. So if we can bring this project and to Brand and do the phase 1 and stop it there, I don't have to recuse myself. Mr. Brotman doesn't have to recuse himself. Mr. Najarian doesn't have to recuse himself. The community is not objecting to it. The funding is there to do the study. And we all can participate and move forward and see if a project in that magnitude will work or not. And again, I'm not here to try to get Mr. Brotman conflicted out. That's not my goal either. I think 0.1% is within a margin of error to do a recount or what have you, but it may or may not be. It doesn't matter. I think the fact that this project is not the entire neighborhoods of Verdugo Woodlands, Whiting Woods, all of these neighbors, they're objecting to it. And also with the recent fires that we had, you have to consider that too. If you put a project in this magnitude in Verdugo Wash, which is very not easy to control, and you have a fire issue and it just gets to these neighborhoods, guess what? You're gonna have a bigger issue on your hand. And again, I want to present my case the way I explained it in a basic way. I'm not an attorney, but I know how the law works. Not many courts come up with opinions every day or judgments every day. 30% of them are not correct, and they get appealed and they get overturned. I don't know what the FPPC will do, but I think I have a case that more than 25% of people are affected by this project. I don't think, if you have to spend $6 million just for a study, a basic study, it is affecting more than 25% of people. That's all I gotta say. Now, from here on, my colleagues would like to move forward. By all means, if not, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm not going to participate the way it is tonight. I may go back to the other side and speak from that podium, which I've done every time this project was before council in the past few years. But I will not, I think we need to bring it to Brand and do the study on that part, up to that part.
I would just note for the record, obviously that discussion can't happen while the council members are, the conflicted council members are participating. So
I would like to make some clarifying points based on comments that were made. Even if we proceed today, what's in front of us is not approving the project. It is approving the study of a potential project that would come back to council, that would then decide at that time whether or not what part of it we're going to move forward with, what we're not going to move forward with. So we have funding that has come down from the state to assist us in doing that study. Second, I would like Mr. Calvert, I know the answer to this, but Mr. Calvert, if you can please clarify, is this tied to the land use element, which Mr. Garpetian suggested, and does it require 4 votes at the time when it comes back?
No, Mayor and council members, there are some spots along the wash that do have some zoning, but the current zoning does allow for recreation use. I do need to emphasize that this is not a bicycle path. It is a multi-use recreational trail with open space components to it. Therefore, it falls under recreation that is allowed under the zoning that does exist there now. As we've explained, we've also circulated a memo to the city council regarding this as well. The zoning and addressing that in the land use element is just to offer up cleanups. It has no implications, no impact whatsoever on this project.
All right. Okay.
But the entire wash is not recreational.
If I may.
I don't want to.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. We're getting a little bit into the substance of what the project's going to be, and we need to make a decision.
Well,
of
I mean,
whether-
there were comments that were made that then
I understand.
carry over, so you should have stopped them at the comments portion of it.
Well, I understand. I thought that was.
Okay. All right.
If I could, I just wanted
Please.
to address, as I think I'd written to you last week about the options, obviously, to move. You can move forward, you can continue and ask us, you can move forward with this item tonight, but still ask us to further work with Councilmembers Garpetian and Jarian to appeal to the FPPC for reconsideration. Because as been noted, this is the first step, not the project approval. I did want to note with respect to whether I'm conflicted from providing advice. Again, we are the attorney for the city, not the city council, for the city and its officers when those circumstances are not in conflict. What I'm hearing is that all the council members would hope that all of the council could participate, the law permitting, right? And that's kind of where the issue is. Does the law permit it? And we've got my previous opinion, now the FPPC opinion that says they cannot participate, but maybe there are additional facts we can identify. So I do think I can certainly continue to work with council members Garpetian and Najarian to assist, and then we can also, if the council at a later date, not today's meeting, but a later date, wants to elicit outside counsel to assist with that effort, we can certainly have a discussion about that as well.
So that was actually one of the questions that I had, because Mr. Najarian's letter to us noted he believes that you have a conflict of interest situation. Therefore, he wants to discuss the details with his attorneys. Please let me know the panel of attorneys that the city has so I may interview and select the firm to best represent me and the 200,000 plus residents that I represent. I expect the city to be responsible for all attorney fees in this regard if a conflict exists. You're continuously noting that you don't have a conflict.
Correct. And again, though, council can retain outside counsel, not at this meeting. I don't think that would necessarily be for council members Najarian and Garpetian. It would be acting in their behalf, on behalf of the city. But the council, the city is not required to pay for outside counsel to review this matter. They can, but not required.
I have a clarifying question.
Sure.
The land use element that involves code changes and zone changes, does it need 4 votes or 3 votes?
I don't want to get too much into
No, we have to, because
generally, land use and zoning changes do require 4 votes.
Okay.
Question is whether or not this will be
That's all I wanted
triggered.
to know. So I wasn't wrong.
Yeah,
The land use element requires 4 votes.
The land
When
use
there's a-
element is not tied to this project, Mr. Garpetian.
I think there's disagreement on that question, so I'm not going to answer that question, but I will say generally zone changes require 4 votes. So that's all I can say.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to point out a conflict. If the council goes forward and I asked you to prepare an injunction to stay their proceedings, would you be able to represent me in doing that?
I would not.
That would be a conflict. Thank you.
Councilmember Kasakian. I believe Councilmember Brotman has already made his point.
No, I mean, I already asked the questions I had of my colleagues. I mean, I appreciate that Councilmember Garpetian isn't an attorney, but somehow, his explanations made more sense than our colleague who is an attorney, and perhaps that's just a function of the legal speaks. No, I mean, he was able to explain it in a more succinct way with the 25% impact. I mean, that was...
I guess I spoke over your head, Mr.
Perhaps, and not just my head, a lot of other people in the audience, and perhaps in TV land at home. I think that I know that there's this concern about the 25% impact, and look, I'm fine with us having this final definitive response with facts presented to the FPPC on things that they may have missed. The reason I bring this up is as in my role as an elections official and when I was city clerk, anytime we asked for clarification from the FPPC, they were always forthcoming and prompt with their responses. It's not something that takes long. I don't see why it has to take long. I understand that the writing and crafting of a legal opinion will take long, but to say, okay, well, what about this? It shouldn't take as long as it should, and we can get an answer and we can move forward with it. I'm fine again with also having a presentation and a discussion on what the item is before us, but honestly, I would want to have every council member who can participate in it participate in it.
And I appreciate that. And I again, my goal is not, this is not a delay tactic. If the council wishes to move forward, I'm fine by it, but I will move forward with the FPPC one way or the other. And at that time, if the other question is if it's proven that Mr. Brotman has a conflict as well, and those numbers are kind of maybe off a little bit, what happens at that time to the decisions that were made?
Councilmember Garpetti, so if Councilmember Brotman had a conflict, if the FPPC had concluded he did, or if it ultimately in the future is determined that he does, then because you'd have 3 council members that have disqualifying conflict of interest, at that point, what is called the rule of legally required participation is invoked. It used to be called the rule of legal necessity. And essentially, one council member of those 3 would be chosen at random to participate in the proceeding, and then that council member would be the council member that would participate in that proceeding for as long as the project is at issue. So, I mean, that's a separate outcome, and we're not there yet. That's actually something that's going to come before us when we talk about the.
No, that's not my question.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
question is, if council decided to move forward tonight and made the decision to hire the consultant and move forward, and 2 months later, there is a report that's provided to the city that Councilman Brotman did not have that 15%, because it's 15.16%, 0.16%. What happens at that time if in 2 months it's proven that Councilman Brotman had a conflict as well? What happens to the decision?
Councilmember Garpetti, and I don't 100% know the answer to that. I don't think it would be that the decision tonight would be affected, because the facts as were known to them, were known to the city and to the FPPC at the time, based on a reliable GIS survey, which the FPPC has continuously, from my reading, said is permissible. That would, if there were subsequent facts that came out after that might affect his participation in the future, then the future decision would be looked at through that lens.
What did Bob Dole used to say? I just can't win. All right. Okay.
So I have a clarifying question for Mr. Kasakian. Mr. Najarian, I don't know where Mr. Najarian went, but is he recusing himself?
Well, he was planning to.
What is he doing? What is happening? So Councilmember Najarian noted that he thinks that there's a conflict of interest, or he thinks there's a conflict of interest with Mr. Garcia.
I don't see that.
Okay. No, but what I don't want is you are noting that you want to give that opportunity for our colleagues. Our colleague is asking for outside counsel. Are you willing to approve?
Madam Mayor, sorry, that particular part of the decision is not before you tonight. The only issue is whether to move forward tonight or continue. If you want a separate council, that part's not agendized, and that would have to be a separate discussion. We'll bring it back as soon as possible, but whether it's, I think you have enough information to make a decision whether to move forward or not, and that, like I said, our office feels like we can continue to provide assistance to the council members, or we can seek outside counsel to get some additional help. Either way works for us, but that particular decision cannot be made today. Only whether or not to move forward with this decision that's on the agenda tonight, or to push it to see if we can get additional assistance from the FPPC on this issue.
In your professional opinion, Mr. Garcia, how long would that take?
So if, for example, we had a short timeline, say 30 days, to gather whatever information, working with council members, maybe less, looking at your face.
Please.
But then the FPPC has 21 business days to issue an opinion. And based on our recent experience with this opinion, as well as the Verdugo Woodlands opinion, they have the authority to extend that, and they will. It probably took about, I want to say, 40 days to get each opinion, if I'm calculating correct. So it could be another 3 months.
I can't imagine that, given that there's already a body of research that's been done and an opinion that was issued. This is just saying, did you consider these factors?
Just keep in mind, they get a lot of advice letter requests going on all at the same time. So they put them in a queue, and they get them. They try to get them done in the 21 days. But as we experienced with this opinion and the other opinion we recently asked for, they do extend that time. Not a lot, but they do. It's probably somewhere double that time frame.
May I make a comment? and this is somewhat to Councilmember Kasaki, and I think my request to the non-conflicted colleagues here is that we move forward with this decision tonight, remembering that there's a very long road to go on this project. This master plan work itself, I think, is expected to take 3 years. By the time any decisions come before this council on where and when and how to start constructing anything in the wash, there'll likely be a different council. And there'll be many, many opportunities between now and then to figure out whether there are any conflicts. So I would appeal to my colleagues. This thing has been delayed multiple times. It's time to move forward. Approve the contract that we've already approved issuing an RFP for. We all sat here and the three of us voted to issue this RFP. We issued the RFP. Staff has selected a consultant who has a number of subcontractors, and it's time for us to award the contract and start moving on with the master planning. But this is not the last word, for sure.
Well, it's not any word. Again, this is just, this is us just doing the study to see if it's even feasible for us to do what.
So I understand Councilmember Brotman's logic in that to say, well, we have done this, so let's make it. I'm concerned about the fairness and the equity of how we treat individuals on this council who've been elected to serve, and whether, if the FPPC comes back with a decision and says, you know what, we're wrong. And look, it may be that their participation makes no ultimate difference in the vote outcome. There is that possibility, or it may, but we won't know that, and it will not be, I think, the best look if we move forward without their participation, if there's a chance that they can participate legally in a decision on this matter.
But isn't that why we went to the FPPC to get this letter? We've already been through this once.
And
when does it end?
I have a healthy amount of skepticism in terms of at least the presentation of some of the issues. And again, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to have a back and forth, but I think that there's some, and then there's some that are very interesting and very legitimate, perhaps, to raise and get some clarity on. And I think the importance of getting clarity is because it will help better inform us, not just in this decision, but other decisions moving forward. That is one of the reasons why we go to the FPPC on questions as they relate to participation of council members in decisions that come before this body. And it's frustrating. It's not easy. I know that everyone here, both on both sides of the aisle, whether they support this project or they don't, are going to be frustrated. But again, if it's worth doing right. But that's just my opinion.
All right. Mr. Calvert, is there a deadline for the funding that's in front of us?
Mayor, excuse me, no, there's not.
Okay, and what about the RFP that we put out, and you have your recommendation in front of you?
I mean, obviously, we always run the risk of any potential consultant that we would recommend could walk away during this process. We did have many qualified firms, if that were the case. And ultimately, it is council's decision on who we contract with for this.
Okay.
There was no timeline on the proposers.
We've had timelines with them before. We have extended it during the time of the proposal, and then asking them to extend. Essentially, the estimate that they provide is good for a certain period of time. There may need to be some revisions on that, but obviously it needs to be within the boundaries of the grant, the dollar amount that we have there.
Okay.
I'm not worried about any consultant walking away from this.
So you are noting that the outside counsel cannot be part of the discussion, but that's also part of my decision-making process. Where does this leave us now with Councilmember Kasakian being on the other side? I wanted to move this project forward because I do think that it's just a study. I would invite my colleagues to participate if they want to participate in it and they feel like the information that they received from the FPPC is incorrect. Down the line, I would not be comfortable with providing additional funding for attorney's fees. Because I do think that Mr. Garcia has never served any single one of us. He serves the city, and he's not conflicted in this. And so I wouldn't want to put more taxpayer dollars in hiring additional attorneys. So where does this leave us?
Madam Mayor, so for this purposes of this, and I do believe Councilmembers Garpetian and Najarian can participate this part, deciding whether to continue, because it relates specifically to the FPPC opinion. So it's certainly council can make a motion to continue it and get further advice from the FPPC in accordance with the discussion. That's one option, or another option is to decide to move forward, in which case Councilmembers Najarian and Garpetian will need to state their conflict. And
So they are able to participate in this portion?
just this portion, right, where we're talking about whether or not to get additional review from the FPPC, not the discussion of the master plan consultant selection.
I would be comfortable with a 30-day timeline. Within that timeline, to make sure that whatever information needs to be submitted to the FPPC is submitted, and for us to get a response, come back here and then move forward with this.
Councilmember Najarian, does that suffice your?
With full cooperation of staff in any inquiries into the factual basis of their calculations.
Did they not provide that to you the first time
I
around?
want to look at the GIS, and this is more of an art than a science, and we're calculating percentages. I'd like to sit down with them, and actually, if we're counting properties, I want to count properties with them. This is a percentage game, right? Correct?
I would just,
In Mr. Brotman's case, it's 0.1%.
we certainly don't have an issue,
So
we've never
my
had an issue with
question
that.
is, I want staff to be advised to fully cooperate with our efforts to clarify the data.
So
Can I just address that?
While I can take your comments, I think the distrust that it shows towards staff that's providing that, I find very offensive, and I'm.
There's no offense taken. It's human error. We're talking about 1% on a very esoteric calculation.
Mr. Calvert is one of the best community development directors the city has ever had. And I think his just questioning the integrity of our staff and the information that is being provided is simply unfair.
Okay, so you're not going to let me look at the factual data then? Is that your-
You can go ahead and look, Mr.
make a
Najarian. I'm just
recommendation?
requesting that
Can I make a
you be
recommendation?
careful with how you phrase things when we're talking
I'll be
about our
careful.
staff.
I'll be careful.
Thank
You
you.
be careful too.
Can I make a recommendation? We vote on this tonight, we move forward and we make a decision on this tonight, but we hold off on signing the contract for 30 days. During that 30 days, we can have all these conversations with the FPPC. If we find out that the advice letter that they gave us was incorrect, then we can hold off on signing that contract and bring the item back. But we don't have to waste time re-agendizing it, having all these folks come, having all the letters written and all the energy put into this process. Is that something that's possible?
It doesn't look like the votes are there for it.
Well,
Well, wait, it's a new idea.
Okay.
I'm saying we move ahead tonight, but we make it, we keep a 30-day window on signing the contract, and if we find that we've erred tonight, or that the FPPC was in error tonight, we can revisit the decision.
Well, two things that I see as a potential issues with that. One is if we do present additional facts that causes them to reconsider and change their opinion, then we would do this meeting tonight, and then we would have to do it again whenever they come back. So that's
an if.
That's an if, but it's
Right.
it's something the council should consider. And then I can almost guarantee that we will have an answer in 30 days. What we will have is we'll certainly be able to, on the factual component related to the GIS, certainly be able to, I hope, be able to sit down with any council member who wants to look at that and go through that. Second issue related to actually get an FPPC opinion, or we won't have it. We can certainly provide them the new information within that 30 days, but we won't have any, and we can report back to you in 30 days, but we will not, I can almost guarantee it, not have a revised opinion or a newly considered opinion of the FPPC in that 30-day window. So I just wouldn't want to get your hopes up on that.
We don't know if it'll be a new opinion.
Correct. What I mean is we won't have an opinion from the FPPC saying, confirming their previous opinion or changing their mind within 30 days. Either way, they will take 30 days at a minimum to review it, probably a little bit longer.
And the actual procedure is it goes to the full FPPC commission.
No, it would go under reconsideration. It would go back to the general counsel. We'd have to provide them new facts. You can try the FPPC opinion route, the formal commission, but like I said, like we put in the information we provided to you, I'm 99.99% sure they're not going to address that through that process. They're only going to address it through the advice letter process if we provide them new information. So again, 2 months would be aggressive, and then 3 months is likely before we're back here.
Mayor and council members, if I can add, Councilmember Brotman, to your point, while I understand that would help in terms of efficiency and moving things along, the challenge I would see in that is that if we come back and the entire council is able to vote on this and there's a broader discussion on the scope of work, which is part of this discussion, all of those contract negotiations during that period of time kind of could potentially go out the window at that point.
Okay. So what would you?
I mean, maybe a motion to continue it for 30 days, have staff work with Councilmember Garpetian and Najarian on the GIS and some of the factual information, and then just report back to you.
I would like revised or whatever. I would make a motion that additional information as provided by council members Garpetian or Najarian be submitted to the FPPC within a timeline of 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks is enough time given when they initially received it. I understand it was during the holidays, but enough time has gone by for them to both respond and to get clarification. And then the clock can start from when we submit it as to when we get a response. But I would like staff to proactively reach out to the FPPC, given that this was the decision that was already made, and to solicit a response from them on the new information within a period of hopefully 3 to 4 weeks additionally. I understand that they may say, to hell with you, we're going to take our time with it, but then at that point you can come to us and say, this is how long it's going to take. They may also just look at it, as has been the case with other decisions, and say, this doesn't really change our opinion. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And the only thing that I would add to that, my decisions were solely based on the fact that Councilmember Najarian and Garpetian had input and approved what went to the FPPC to begin with. That resulted in this response. So I'm asking my colleagues that if there were missed opportunities the first time and now you have new evidence, that I ask that you thoroughly think about everything that you're putting in there, and that you're actually in agreement. And so we don't have to be back here again having the same conversation.
And one more point of clarification, Councilmember Garpetian said that he was instructed that he would not be able to submit his own communication to the FPPC. Can you please provide information on that?
I don't, Councilmember Kasaki, I don't recall saying he couldn't submit it. What I indicated was that it would be, one, we thought it would be best to come from our office, but two, we certainly wanted to have the opportunity to vet or review whatever is getting sent, because an advice letter from the FPPC is only as good as the facts that are presented, and we wanted to make sure nothing in there was not accurate, because then the FPPC opinion doesn't have any value. So we're always recommending when we go to make those requests that they be coordinated through our office.
Enough for me. Thank you. Just want clarity on that.
Question, if we come back, if the FPPC reaffirms their opinion based on these new questions that are provided, that are asked, and new facts that are offered, what happens then if that's still not good enough? And there's a request to go back to the FPPC again. Is this the last time? Because I thought last time was the last time. I thought delaying and getting an opinion from the FPPC was already giving the time needed to look into this. We've gotten the letter, which was exactly what Mr. Garcia told us we would get, What makes us think there's going to be anything different the next time around, and why is that going to be the last time around? Because I really think it's clear that this is a filibuster in action. And
Well, and
so,
I understand that.
and I
but
don't want
I understand
two
that.
council members that are opposed to this project to be able to filibuster and stop the majority from moving ahead with something that has great benefit to the city.
This is getting
So
a little
I
getting a
would
little bit-
request, so I have some clarifying questions. We have residents that are here on this item that want to speak and folks that are on the phone.
Couple of comments.
Are we able to take those? Because I mean, they've shown up here wanting to speak on this item. This is their city hall. I want to be able to hear them out. So I'm very conflicted on what we can and we can't do at this point, so.
So, Mayor Satrian, the FPPC decision, is an advice letter that the two council members shouldn't participate. If you continue it, then you should continue it. But if you can also have all the speakers speak, but then they'll be speaking again when this comes back. So it's certainly within your purview. However, we would just offer that there'll be 2 times that they'll be speaking on the project.
I understand that. So,
Questions for Mr. City Attorney?
so this is where I'm at with the speakers. My council colleagues, if they choose to, if they want to, they can stay on the dais. If they disagree with the FPPC, I do want to take comments from the public that's here. And so I know we're continuing, I'm in agreement that we're continuing this item, but I do want to hear from the public that is present and spent their time coming here. So recognizing that we would have to hear them the second time.
And if you're going to do that, because the item has been read into the record and presumably we're not going to have staff report, but you're still having speakers speak on the agenda item, my recommendation would be for Councilmembers Garpetian and Najarian not to be on the dais during that, so no one can accuse them of participating. And then my recommendation would be not for council members not to ask questions during the public comment.
So I will commit to not asking any questions. It's up to my colleagues if they want to stay on the dais or if they want to hear the public or they want to join the public. I will cut down the speaking time. How many calls and cards have been submitted?
Mayor Satrian, currently we have 18 cards and 12 callers.
Okay, so you are here. This item is gonna come back. I'm gonna allow for 1 minute for each person to say whatever they need to say. Mr. Murphy. Okay. I'm gonna do 1 minute. You can please note that this item's coming back. So, whatever you need to say it within 1 minute.
I have a couple
Yes.
of questions. Yes. For our city attorney, do our contracts have cancellation clause? Let's say you awarded a contract, 3 months later, 6 months later, you want to cancel it.
Our standard PSA allows for termination for convenience with 30 days' notice.
30 days notice. And also, I'd like to ask you to advise Mr. Brotman, because this is not a filibuster of anything. You guys can move forward and vote for this project tonight if you like to. But it sounds like that you already knew that there are 3 votes for it, and say 2 people two council members don't want it, and the other 3, you're not allowing the other 3 to move this project forward. I think that's a kind of a Brown Act violation. That it sounds like you knew how the votes are going to be tonight. So I just want to caution everyone.
No, I knew how the votes went for the RFP. That gave me a slight indication of where people stand.
Come on.
You got
Very similar to how Councilmember Najarian has time and again noted that he doesn't support this project. So, I don't know. When you publicly say something, your stance becomes it.
Garpetian, please. You're casting aspersions and making assumptions. No one has communicated with anyone on this. It's very clear from the tenor. I think you don't need to be a member of Mensa or have a graduate degree to figure out how people feel about this. to now bring in the Brown Act violation into this, that is a very hefty accusation.
It's not an accusation. I'm saying that
It
it
just
came
was.
across.
I know, we keep,
across that way. That's all I'm saying.
we're going in circles. We have other items.
I will step down.
Thank you, Mr. Najarian. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Carpenter. Please don't speak out of turn. Thank you.
Is that seat open?
All right. Go ahead. Thank you.
We'll start with the speaker cards. The
Oh, we have
first,
to wait until Mr. Garpetian. Okay, just give me 1 second. Thank you. All right.
we'll start with the first speaker. The first speaker is Mike Metzke. Mike, you have a minute to speak. Mike? No, it's a different mic. Okay, the next speaker is Vlad Artunyan, followed by Charles Hughes and Mike Reed. So Vlad,
I'm Charles Hughes.
first Vlad Artunyan, then following Vlad is you.
Okay.
Vlad, you have a minute. Go ahead.
Hi, Council. I don't know how I got lucky to be first to speak about this. I'll try to keep it quick. I'm a resident of Glendale. I've been here a few times. I don't see eye to eye with Council on a lot of different things, but I'm kind of split on this specific topic. I like the project. I have several questions. Security, how any of this is going to get funded. I would have loved to hear why some of the council members so perceivedly are against this. This is a study at the end of the day. It's got funding from the state. We throw money around left and right from state and federal on a lot of stupid things. Clearly, a good portion of people want this, and a good portion of people don't want this. I kind of want to see the study. If at the end of the day, this study is inconclusive or has a lot of bad elements, I personally promise to come, kick, and scream and yell my frustration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Hughes, and following Charles will be Mike Reed. Go ahead,
Okay.
Charles. You have a minute.
I don't know how many of you people have lived in this town, 65 years plus. Is anybody living in this town? Anybody behind Mahogany Row? I've seen that wash cleaned out so many times living in this area. You have a water problem. You have some nice fire trucks. And when you ask me to pay part of the $6 million for the study, makes me unhappy when there's other problems in the city. And if it's not built right, it'll be like every tree in that wash when we had the 1934 flood. In 2005, we had enough rain. Did anybody go up to Devil's Gate Dam and see the water come over the spillway? That's a lot of water. Families were coming up there and saying, you might never see this in your lifetime. And are we going to build a bike path that nobody wants except a very few activists? I've been listening to this for 20 plus years.
Thank you.
sir.
Your time is up.
So,
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Reed. Mike, you have a minute.
Thank you, council members. I'm a professor at Glendale College. I've lived in Glendale for over 20 years. What I've seen tonight, frankly, is a little embarrassing for my city. My understanding is this is just a decision about whether to accept free money to study a problem, an issue, a potentially visionary park for this city. To my mind, that we wouldn't accept money to get more information. I am a professor, I'm a teacher, I'm a social scientist. More data, more information about the kind of concerns the last gentleman raised is exactly what we need. We need more information about what could be wonderful about this project and what might go wrong. I strongly urge you to proceed with the technical feasibility study and maybe to create a visionary park that would make Glendale a destination for tourists and regional visitors as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alec Bartrosov, and following Alec is Alex Ameri and Corey DeCola. So Alec Bartrosov is next. You have a minute.
I have to say, what an embarrassing day today.
We are unable to get city business done because of what has just transpired. This is a study to help answer questions that many people have questions about. What's it gonna cost? What does it look like? Where are the access points? What are the fire hazards? And we can't even get the answers to those questions because this body cannot decide to move forward with a study. We need these answers in order to make informed decisions. I'm talking about the community. I'm talking about staff and their recommendation. I'm talking about you as decision makers. We are being deprived of $6 million in the city, and we are not able to get the resources that we deserve. We need this study. We need the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Ameri, followed by Corey DeCola, and Mike Mulhill is following Corey. So, Alex, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm a resident of the Ross Moline area, which I'm a block away from the Verdugo pathway. I'm also a cyclist, both recreational and commuter. I'm going to express some disappointment in the City Council as a general. We're debating and filibustering for the idea to vote on an actual approval of money that has already been granted to us and taxpayers have already paid for to simply have a study about this. And we're also getting hyperbole and lies. We have a council member who can't tell the difference between 1% or 0.1%. That's a joke. We have another council member who's saying it's going to cost $1 billion. The 405 freeway expansion costs $1.6 billion. That's a massive engineering project. This is adding a bike path to a concrete area. By the way, concrete does not catch on fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey DeCola.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council, city staff, mayor. I am coming in front of you tonight to speak in my support of the Verdugo Wash plan for the study. Now, I was going to talk on that. I sent you all an email regarding what I was going to say, but since you cut down our time to 1 minute, I want to point out some of these flaws, or these erroneous statements in Mr. Najarian's letter that was so eloquently placed on the speaker card table back there for every one of us to see. Why it was addressed to Mr. Garcia, but apparently the public needs to see this too. So he says that he has clear and convincing evidence that the decision will not have any measurable impact on Palmyra's property. He hasn't shown that clear and convincing evidence. He hasn't brought it up. Instead of putting up, he needs to shut up. He then goes on to say that he has 200,000 constituents or residents that he represents. He does not represent me. When I came here to my first city council meeting, I spoke on the transphobia and all the transphobic attacks that I saw him and witnessed him do online, and nothing was done. He does not represent me being part of the transgender community.
Thank you for your
He should recuse himself. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Mulhill, and following Mike is Gabriela Colegas and Matthew Taylor. So Mike Mulhill is next. You have a minute to speak.
Evening, council members. My name is Mike Mulhill. To my liberal friends in the audience, $6 million is not free money. It's taxpayers' money. It's my money. It's my money. We don't need to spend $6 million. State money is my money. It's your money and everybody else. We don't have we're talking about spending money on what? Fire stations? We have no money. This city is broke. Last week at the city council, our Najar, you even, I already was talking, you stated we were broke. Remember? City has no money. Why even matching funds? City has no money for this project or any bike project in the city. Keep it simple, folks. We don't have money. When the house is burning, you don't go out and buy drapes and carpeting for the living room, okay? Keep it simple. We don't have the money. It's state money. It's not our money. It's your money.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Gabriela Colegas. Concias. Okay. My apologies. Go ahead, you have a minute.
Hi, Your Honor. I'm Gabriela Kolsiak. I've been a resident of Glendale for almost 30 years. I was very proud and happy. I'm proud and very unhappy with all the rules that they come later, with all this? Do we need another experience like we have with the brand because you guys didn't want to listen to? We want to be all this, all that. It's the same like somebody doesn't have the money, but he goes there because we have credit card now and we buy, all the stuff. Then we go bankrupt, and then we go, have the others pay for us. That's exactly the same thing, exactly what the previous speaker was saying. It's our money too. It's not free money. Nobody have free money, It's our taxes. They have to be relocated another way. And this is not something that we need. We need peace, quiet, and we need no more fire, especially after this thing in the area. I live right by the.
Thank you.
By that.
Our next speaker is Matthew Taylor, followed by Paul Rabinoff and Eric Hovland. Matthew, you have a minute.
Hi, City Council. I'll keep it short. If everyone is so eager to remove bike lanes from city streets because it's clearly so inconvenient to drivers to give up such a small percentage of street space to alternate modes of transportation, the least you can do is put some in the river. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul Rabinoff, followed by Eric Hovland and Glendale Yimby. Go ahead. You have a minute, Paul.
The last time this matter came before you, Council approved the Phase 1 study and authorized moving ahead with the second phase. Since then, nothing has changed in terms of the procedure this project needs to follow. At some future date, it will need to come to Council to either approve it in its entirety, approve some parts of it, or to deny it. This study will help inform that final decision, and I support proceeding with the studies proposed. I also support the participation of all stakeholders in this study, including our neighbors who are in opposition. Their involvement can help reduce confusion and misconceptions, aid in community outreach, and can help create the best project proposal. As an example of how this can work, I'll point out one specific area of concern, which is fire. It's a valid concern. None of us want that. I live in the high fire zone myself, and my home would certainly be at risk if that were to occur. The problem is that none of us here are experts in fire. We're not qualified to make a determination on this. We need to, in addition to Glendale Fire, bring in insurance actuaries who can be contracted to identify and assess the level and type of risks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eric Hovland. And following Eric is Glendale Yimby and Ramela Iragi. You have a minute.
I support the Verdugo Wash. I am a 28-year resident of Glendale, and I live in the Ross Moyne neighborhood. My home is adjacent to the Verdugo Wash. I ride my bike and I try to ride to work at least 3 times a week. My commute takes me along the Verdugo Wash from Mountain to the joint of Cañada and Verdugo. On the times that I have biked home from work during the dismissal of Woodlands Elementary, I am stunned by the long line of parents and cars picking up their kids and how hard it is to approach the school by either the bike or by foot when the Verdugo Wash is there next to the school. The Verdugo Wash runs through the heart of Glendale, and yet the space is blocked off entirely. Selecting the consultant to conduct a technical feasibility study that is already funded by the state is the least you can do. For your constituents, like me, who have been disappointed by your inability to consider us.
Thank you. Next is Glendale Yimby. And following Glendale Yimby is Ramela Iragi and Brenna Cancilla.
Hello, Mayor Sachin, City Council, and staff. My name is Shane Lee with Glendale Yimby. We are a volunteer pro-housing organization in Glendale. We strongly support ending the delay tactics and beginning the master plan study of the Verdugo Wash. Many people want this project, and many of the residents near the wash want this project because they will tremendously benefit from it. The Verdugo Wash project would bring habitat restoration, vital green space, and mobility options for Glendalians. It would improve public health and make Glendale a more desirable, livable city. I also want to add that once we do approve this, we also need to look into upzoning the neighborhoods near it so that we can build lots of units. Because once this gets built, a lot of people are going to want to move next to it. We should build housing so that they can live near it. When I studied abroad in Taipei, Taiwan, they had a similar riverside park, and it was absolutely exquisite. It was amazing. Anytime it was just a 5-minute walk from my apartment, and it was beautiful. It was walled off. It was super quiet, and it drastically improved the livability of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ramela Iragi. Following Romella is Brenna, Kinsella, and Philip Tsao. You have a minute to speak.
Hi everybody. Audience. Yeah, just for records. Last year, April, in a council member election forum, there was this question that asked from council candidates that they agree with the Verdugo Wash, and 6 out of 7 candidates said no. You said no, Mr. Ardikasarian, you said no. Yes, I was there. I said no too. You said no. And Barton, where's Barton? Barton said no to that, to Verdugo Wash. Right? This is for the record. I was there. So, basically, I like to have this nice, bicycle line. We can walk there. Yeah, but you don't have the money. Your departments are.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Your time is up. Brenna Kinsella. You have a minute.
Hello. Thank you for your time. I believe that shared outdoor space is a good thing. I know this because growing up in Glendale, I played at Nibley Park and went to day camp at Verdugo Park. Shared outdoor space brings us together. As a matter of fact, I regularly travel to Santa Clarita, where they have turned their Santa Clara River into an area with a bike path and many parks. I travel there because it's so nice, and I think that building something similar in Glendale, or at least looking at the feasibility of it and understanding that, would improve the quality of life for residents of Glendale, like me, and also would encourage people from other places to come enjoy it as well. This has the potential to be a really amazing project and something wonderful for Glendale. This is just a study, and I think we deserve to have an understanding of what this could be, what the flaws are, so that you can make a good decision going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Philip Tsao. Following Philip is Patrick Murphy and Patrick Adair. Philip, you have a minute to speak.
All right, I'll make this quick. As a taxpayer and as a voter of the city of Glendale, I'd like to call on Mr. Nigerian and Mr. Arpetian to stop wasting our time and our taxpayer money and stop stalling. Maybe even consider resigning so we can actually get real people to actually do work on this city council. Let's move ahead with this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Patrick Murphy. Following Patrick is Patrick Adair. You have a minute.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Verdugo Wash Neighborhoods Coalition and SaveTheWash.com. This project, as we all know, has many major issues associated with it. At this point, the scope should be limited to public outreach and a cost-benefit analysis. As it relates to the public generally exception, there is a major flaw in the letter from the FPPC as they left out a very important provision. That is, if 25% or more of the public generally, the individuals within the public, are affected by this project, then no one gets accepted out or conflicted out. So, Mr. Kasakian, I appreciate you coming forward and asking for further review on this. By conflicting them out, it is suppression of speech. The 40% of the city council is like silencing 80,000 Glendale citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patrick Adair. Following Patrick is Ellen Durham. Patrick, you have a minute.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I ride my bike with my kid. He's 2, and we go down to Frogtown because they've got a great bike path there, lots of shops and stuff. It's a little sad that I don't want to compare neighborhoods, but that I got to go all the way down there to ride around with my son. So this is a very exciting project for me. I really want to encourage you to mend fences. You know, do what you can to move this forward. My neighbors here, I think, have a lot of very valid concerns about the cost, the fires, the safety, and I think this study will be a really excellent way to help address their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ellen Durham. You have a minute to speak.
Mayor, council members, my concern is based on climate change, which is bringing unprecedented weather extremes. Glendale could easily experience a 100-year rain event at any time. We've just experienced an unprecedented fire event. The Verdugo Wash should remain exclusively a flood control channel to protect our community and present a future disaster. It seems unlikely that this project would ever get the approval of the Army Corps of Engineers and the Flood Control District. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to the callers. Our first caller is Beth Brooks. Beth, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Hi, thank you. I guess everybody is shocked at everybody else's comments, but I think that this is frankly ridiculous. I think this is a vanity project. I think that every time I hear the word bicycle, I think people should run for the hills because they're willing to spend I don't know how much money just so they can bicycle. Look, $6 million, it's like the free money for the bike lanes from hell. We have free money, so let's figure out what to do with the free money. You don't have to waste it. You can put it back into the state budget and give it to somebody who really needs it because this is not about the $6 million. Once you do this project, people are going to push to spend the $100 million it will cost or the $300 million it will cost when people are suffering in this city from high rents and electric bills they can't pay. You can't afford to even green light anything towards this thing because it is a huge vanity project. It is a stupid idea. Yes, it's very sweet and fun to have a new park, but you know what? Take care of what needs to be taken
Thank
care
you,
of.
Beth. Your time is up. Our next caller is Martha S. Martha, you're on air. You have a minute. Martha S.
Yes, hello. Thank you. I just want to echo previous comments that we absolutely need this study to address the questions that have been raised. There are important questions, and we all want to get answers. I also want to clarify, many people have suggested that this money should be used for other more needy projects. This money is coming from grants specifically allocated for alternative transportation, so it's not going to be used for other purposes anyway. This is exactly what the money is supposed to be used for. Second, it seems like there's a lot that the opposition is largely based on fear, and I would invite people to visit the many recreational paths in neighboring cities. One was pointed out in Santa Clarita. They also quite a few in Orange County. The Whittier Greenway Trail is beautiful. The Ojai Trail. There are beautiful bike paths in Goleta. They all go through neighborhoods, past schools, past parks. They're used by the local community. It truly enhances their way of life.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Our next caller is Cheryl Wales. Cheryl, you're on air. You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. This grant came from taxpayer money, which could certainly have been used for a better purpose in other parts of our city. Before this project is completed, it will cost billions of dollars. Our city has lots of projects where that money could be more wisely spent. My property backs up against the wash, and given the recent wildfire events, I do not feel comfortable opening up the wash to people who could start fires and endanger my house. I know my homeowner's insurance will increase if this project goes through. I do not want to have the noise, lights, loss of privacy, crime and excessive traffic which will be brought to our neighborhood. Real estate agents have confirmed that the value of my home will increase if this project is implemented. The wash was constructed as a flood control channel after the 1930s flood and should remain a flood control channel. I also want to thank the Glendale Fire Department, the police department for all they did to keep us safe during the wildfires, and Public Works for the extra work they had to do to clear all the debris and the repairs necessitated by the incredibly strong winds we recently experienced.
Cheryl, your time is up. Next is an anonymous caller. You're on air. You have a minute.
Yes, I think the speakers against the bike paths are adequate speakers. We don't have enough time, by the way. 1 minute limit, Mayor Satrian, is most definitely not enough, and it doesn't allow us to adequately address the issue. So next time, make it a minimum 2 minutes. And that is a demand from your public citizens here in the city of Glendale. You don't get to silence us anymore. We're sick and tired of rude comments toward us as speakers. When we're in there, we're sick and tired of you using your cell phones and sitting there being smug and not looking at us. We are demanding your attention. You are not listening. People have already voted against the bike paths, not just for North Brand Boulevard. North Brand was a sample, and we said no. It was an astounding no. It will cost billions of dollars. This is not a vanity project. This is a 15-minute city agenda project. People, wake up. the flood zones and the flood area, the channels right now, that's what they're specifically for. If you take that out, insurance rates are going to skyrocket because we'll have to get flood insurance.
Thank
because
you.
People are making irresponsible
Your time is up.
decisions.
Next is Jackie Geish. Dr. Geish, you're on air. You have a minute to speak. Jackie Geish. I will put her on hold for now. Next is Alex Balekian. You're on air. You have a minute to speak.
I'm going to read a Glendale News Press article to everyone. The Glendale City Council on Tuesday approved a sweeping plan that calls for roughly $5.8 million in bicycle improvements that officials vowed to implement sooner rather than later. That's going to be the next important step, said a City Council member. This article was written 13 years ago. The council member was Laura Friedman, and now we have the exact same amount of money up for a vote to achieve exactly what the prior sum of money did, which was absolutely nothing. People have been saying it's a grant from the state as if it's someone else's money and not ours. Of course, it's our money. They tax it out of our bank accounts, and then they give it back to us, but only if we spend it on bike lanes. And somehow we're supposed to be thankful for that. As Dan said himself, nothing will be constructed. All of this money will be wasted on a $5 million book report to lay out a plan when the last plan from 12 years ago never achieved anything. Keep digging your own political grave, Dan Brotman. We are all paying attention.
All right, thank you. Our next caller is Vivian Conchian. Vivian, you're on air. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. Mayor Asaturian, members of council. Glendale residents recently and resoundingly implored council to remove the disastrous bike lanes on Brand. With one exception, you all listened to your constituents and to our fire chief. This is how government should work. I'm here now to demand the same with regard to the Verdugo Wash project, which would inject $6 million into a study to see if a 9-mile stretch of Glendale north to south would be feasible. Regardless of how I feel about this project, the initial study would use $6 million of state money and will cost billions to implement completely. I'm here to tell you that I, as a California taxpayer, do not approve. The state cannot afford it. Before the disastrous wildfires that were stoked by the misguided environmental policies, California already had a multi-billion-dollar deficit. To Mr. Barkasov, now is exactly the right time to discuss prioritizing fire prevention policy.
Thank you for your call. Your time is up. Next is Devron Shodek. You're on air. You have a minute to speak. Devron, you're on air. You have a minute to speak. I will put you on hold. Next is Elise Kalfayan. Elise, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor Asatrian. I think that this is an exciting project. I think that it is difficult to envision the future, but I think we must, and I think we must plan for it. North-south connectivity in Glendale would be a wonderful thing, especially if it's apart from cars. I urge you to approve the study so that we can see what all of the concerns are and move forward to the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next caller is Diane Martin. Diane, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I am vehemently opposed to the WASH project, $6 million going forward in lieu of everything that's going on in our city right now and not even being able to defend the fires. I understand this is separate money for a separate cause, but having an attorney who wants to represent plaintiffs in defense on the council is totally unjust to me. But Save the Wash is not the top project right now, and delaying it for 3 to 6 months would hurt no one. I'm opposed to it. I've lived here for 25 years. I live along the Wash and have just experienced winds and looters that built a fire right along Mountain Oaks, and I have photos to send to you. That this is not a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Karen Betzold. Karen, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
am against a bike path in Verdugo Wash. I am not against bike paths or green spaces, but I am absolutely against a bike path in the wash. Anybody that wants to call it a river needs to go back into history and see why that channel was made. Anybody that wants to pour cement for 9 miles needs to understand that that is not environmentally friendly. I'm not against putting money towards bicycle paths in Glendale where they're appropriate, green spaces in Glendale where they're appropriate. But this is taxpayer dollars being spent on a safety feature to be turned into a recreational feature. I wonder how many environmental studies they did in the Palisades and Altadena before they allowed homes to be built there.
Thank you for your call. Your time is up. Next caller is Rafi Vartanian. Rafi, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Thank you, City Council members. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, as somebody who regularly bicycles in Glendale, I appreciate the bicycle icons and the efforts towards bicycle infrastructure, but I am eager and really hopeful that there are ways to expand bicycling infrastructure so that it can be safer for us to be on the roads and to connect our communities. I do think this Verdugo Wash project is an exciting opportunity to learn more about ways to connect our city and bring communities together. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Our next caller is Susan Bruselian. Susan, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, council members. I wish I could have been there tonight, but I couldn't make it. But this Verdugo Wash should remain the Verdugo Wash. It was built as a flood channel, and I don't want us to make any mistakes in doing so, in bringing in and making this Verdugo Wash project a project to attract people who create fires, arsonists, just like they've done for these big fires. You guys watch. They're going to catch a lot of these arsonists. They were the ones who started these big fires. And this is an embarrassment that this council is even discussing this in the aftermath of the fire and devastation we just went through. $6 million can be put to better use. We need our streets fixed here. This is our taxpayer money, and you guys are talking about making this Verdugo Wash. It's just an invasion.
Thank you,
Please don't
Susan.
do it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Pablo de la Hoya. Pablo, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am a resident in the Verdugo Woodlands area, specifically live a block away from the wash. And I just wanted to speak in favor of moving forward with this study so that we can continue to learn about the potential issues with this project so that they can be addressed as opposed to simply being against it because you hear the words bike lanes. I know a lot of people hate cyclists and hate bikes, not only in the city of Glendale, but throughout Los Angeles, and that merits a conversation of itself. But I just want to remind everyone listening that bikes do not cause traffic, and they do not cause any major issues cars do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Ellen Dish. Ellen, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
I'm sorry?
We've lost quorum.
Hello?
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put you on hold for a minute. Ellen Dish, you're back on air. You have a minute to speak.
Good evening, Council. Tuning in from TV Land, USA. I don't like culture wars. I don't like seeing my council members fighting. I think you should take the money, do the study, but bear in mind what the distinguished Mr. Alan Durham had to say, that because of climate change and so on, this is potentially dangerous. 2 years ago, the wash was at full capacity. I have the videos, okay? Now, this wasn't the flood of 38, but still, we should also bear in mind what Council Member Vartan Garpetian said, I think, 3 years ago that we do not need Disneyland in our backyard. I think he put it something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Jackie Geish. Jackie, you're on air. You have a minute. Jackie, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Are you there? Okay. I'm going to put you on hold one more time. Our next caller is Devrin Shudik. Devrin, you're on air. You have a minute to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Asatrian and other council members. I think you know where I stand with this. I am in favor of moving forward with the study. I am in favor of working with the neighbors who will back up to that wash so that they can be satisfied that the design can be such that they will accept it. But, you know, bottom line here is by the time it gets built, I'll be dead. Many of you might be dead. But my grandchildren will enjoy having that beautiful path and one other option to get a car off the road. But that's where I stand. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I will try Jackie Geish one more time. Jackie, you're on air. You have a minute to speak. No response from Jackie. That is all for the comments.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask additional questions, but just in response to some of the comments, because I keep hearing bike lanes, bike lanes, bike lanes. This is not a bike lane project. This is a recreational project. I think before this item comes back for a discussion, I invite all of our residents to visit verdugowash.com, where you can see concept of what this could potentially look like. I will attest to having the opportunity many of times to use the one in Cherry Creek in Colorado, which is absolutely beautiful and is actually one of the safest neighborhoods and spaces in Colorado that connects the different neighborhoods and creates a wonderful walking path. So just so as you are continuing to participate in this process, you are aware of what's actually in front of us and what we're actually looking to study. I will leave my comments at that. If I can just pose one question to Mr. Calvert on the RFP, how long is that, the bid that we put out, how long is that in effect?
Mayor and council members, I believe the bid that we received from them has a certain expiration on it. We'd have to go back and take a look. We will ask them to extend. But again, you know, time passes. We may need to go back and change or modify some of those numbers, which would be reflected in our presentation ultimately to council.
Do you have an estimate?
No, we do not. Not right now. We'll have to talk with them further. We'll have to revisit whenever it gets closer to us coming back to council with this item again.
Another question for Mr. Calvert. Is there any risk that the state would pull the $6 million back?
We haven't received any indications, though.
Okay, can we?
We can follow up and.
I do worry about that. We were given this grant how long ago? 2 years ago?
I want to say it was about 18 months at this point.
Months?
Thereabouts, yeah.
I mean, there are always budget issues, and Sacramento is unpredictable. And I would not want to turn around after 2 months of fiddling with the FPPC again and getting the same answer to find that we no longer have that funding.
We will reach out to them and get an update.
Thank you. All right. So we will continue this item. Do we need to provide a date?
Without a motion, I'll take the direction as to provide the information to the FPPC within 15 days and come back in 30 days, one way or the other. That was.
So, can I ask for clarification? When you say come back in 30 days, you mean re-agendize this in 30 days, regardless of whether we've gotten an answer from them?
That was going to be my question, actually.
So my
expectation is that we try to get a response back. Well, my direction is that we submit within 15 days whatever information council members Garpetian and Najarian either collectively or separately feel that the FPPC neglected in their decision. So they provide you that information and it gets submitted to the FPPC in no later than, let's say, 15 days, 14, 15, whatever, 2 weeks. We'll say 15 days for specificity. Yeah. Following up with the FPPC and indicating to them that we would like to have a response 30 days from when we submit it.
I can make the request. I could say 21 business days, which is their that's their timeline anyway. And again, no promises that that'll come in, but we can do that.
And then at that point, I don't expect it to be specifically agendized at that, but as you receive an answer, to get as close to that, to bring this item back as possible.
Would it be okay if we haven't received if we have not received an answer by that date to just write to the council saying we haven't, we will continue to monitor and bring it back?
I am fine with that, but I would also like us to get a response from the FPPC as to when they expect to have an answer.
Okay.
And that way we'll know how to proceed ourselves. Perhaps we come back, we're here at the same place, and we decide to have the decision without our two colleagues, or we did decide to wait if it's going to be a matter of just a couple more weeks, whatever it is. I believe in the art of communication. I believe in talking to the FPPC and getting a response from them. I doubt that they're going to ignore an agency like ours or legal counsel of your credibility.
All right.
Do we have to vote to continue this?
We don't, because it's not a public hearing. It just will, unless there's objection, that's the direction we'll take.
And I object to continuing it, but.
Right. I mean, certainly, and I didn't want to do this, but obviously, because that discussion related to continuing, I do believe that council members Najarian and Garpetian can participate. Right. So at this point, it just seems like, not object and then just allow it to go forward.
Thank you. All right. Since we're moving on to the next item, can we have our colleagues back on the dais? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's take up 8B next. So the staff that's here on that, because I see plenty of human resources staff present.
All right. 8B is Human Resources regarding classification and compensation alignment, continued from December 17, 2024 council meeting. 1, motion to increase the citywide authorized salaried position count. 2, resolution providing for the establishment of classification titles and compensation for employees of the City of Glendale covered by the Glendale Management Association Memorandum of Understanding, including employee relations exempt classifications. 3, resolution providing for the establishment of classification titles and compensation for employees of the City of Glendale covered by the Glendale City Employees Association Memorandum of Understanding, including confidential and hourly classifications. 4, resolution providing for the establishment of classification, titles, and compensation for employees of the City of Glendale represented by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 18.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good evening. Classifications are reviewed annually, both during the budget cycle and mid-year, and at times, adjustments are proposed for positions on an as-needed basis. In this report, we are proposing 19 compensation adjustments across 8 departments. Next slide, please. It's not working. The adjustments fall into 3 categories: inequity, compaction, or out of alignment with comparable cities. Tonight's asks tonight's asks have a prorated cost of $175,000, which will be absorbed within the fiscal year 24-25 budget and impacts 2.1% of the city's 862 active job classifications. Given our finite resources, when going through this process and meeting and conferring with our bargaining units, we seek to determine which category their market adjustment requests fit into: inequity, compaction, or out of alignment with comparable cities. With the GMA, their MOU states that the city will agree to survey 10 represented classifications as selected by them. With the GCEA, their MOU states that the city will agree to survey 12 represented classifications each year. We also seek department heads' requests for consideration. On September 18th, 2024, Mr. Galanian asked all department heads to send me their items and my team examine the overlap between what the bargaining unit sought and what department heads sought. This slide shows the job classifications we ended with. Here, we illustrate one example of a labor market survey. You'll see the agreed upon comparable cities identified in the first column. For police communications administrator, Glendale was the lowest of the 7 cities that have a comparable job classification with comparable job duties and functions. Police communications administrator showed a 31.82% difference from the average salary of $13,354 per month. Glendale seeks to land near the average. There are also 19 new classification titles across 7 departments being proposed. 1 is in the fire department, 3 in Glendale Water and Power, 1 in human resources, several in information technology, 5 in the public works department, 1 position in management services, and a few in the police department. These 19 new classification titles will only increase the city's overall headcount by 1, as each of the other 18 will take an existing vacancy and reallocate it to one of these new titles. We also seek to formally remove 52 obsolete and unfilled job classification titles where we have collaborated with department heads and have determined some other classification more appropriately represents the functions associated with the position. And also, these positions have remained unfilled and not budgeted for quite a while at this point, with no plan to backfill these specific job titles. In this obsolete category, there are about 100 others that we believe are also obsolete that department heads have put forward, and we will bring them forward for consideration during the regular budget process. The total cost of the proposed classifications and compensation adjustments, including the addition of 1 position in the fire department, is approximately $225,000. For the fire department's 1 position, it's coming in at $50,000, and for the 17 others, the total is $175,000 for the remainder of this fiscal year. These adjustments are all budget neutral and can be absorbed by the respective departments' budgets for this fiscal year. Therefore, no new appropriation is needed. The approval of the additional position in the fire department will increase the authorized salary full-time position count from 1,643 to 1,644. The proposed actions described impact the GMA, the GCEA, and the IBEW bargaining units. This concludes this portion of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any cards or phone calls on this item?
We have one card on this item.
Could you call the
Yes,
speaker?
Mike Mohill is the speaker on this item.
Mr. Mohill is gone? Okay.
Okay. And
So-
we also have, that's for 8A. That's all. That's the
That's
only.
all? Okay. Madam Mayor, take it over.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I know I was on Zoom last time this item was brought forth, and I requested additional information. I think from your report just now, I gathered that there have been conversations with the department heads that had put in requests. Is that correct? Okay. As I had noted last time, my issue was not about supporting the increases for our staff and making our compensation comparable to other cities. I felt like I didn't have the information at hand. And I also want to make sure that both the methodology that's used as well as the continuous and open dialogue with all of the community, all of the departments are had in a way that staff itself understands why some are approved and some are not. I just think that makes for a healthy culture in general. It gives me hope for when the budget's going to come, because what I felt when this last time it came up and I said no to it was that there were 68, 69 positions, and there was no reasoning provided to this council as to why some were chosen and others were not, and that dialogue hadn't taken place with the department heads. It almost felt like, to me, without reasoning, we were compensating some staff but leaving out others, which I did not feel comfortable with. So with that said, I would ask that moving forward, I recognize that this is the city managers and HR negotiating initially with our different unions, but at the end of the day, the council is the one that approves it. And what I'd like to see is the methodology that's used, as well as the comparables to the, not just the cities that were listed, but where we would potentially, or where we're losing people to. These are comments that I have made when we've talked about MOUs, because it's also important for us not just to pick some cities that are around us, but really look at who our competition is and ensuring that we are both recruiting and retaining the best staff that we can for our city. And so that's where I'm at. Thank you, Ms. Adams.
So if there
Do
are no
my
comments,
councils and, okay.
I'll move the item if there are no comments.
No
or
other comments?
questions.
I'll second. And so that's B 1, 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
No.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asadrian.
Yes. The rest of them, Ms. Adams, before you leave, when do we anticipate the rest coming to us?
Are you talking about the obsolete positions or more salary
No,
adjustments,
the
or
ones
both?
that had been put in from the departments.
Well, the next opportunity to bring items forward for your consideration will be during the budget season.
That would be in June?
Well, we're going to do a budget kickoff meeting on February 5th, and at that time, I'll learn what the dates are. I don't know them at this time.
I know that you sent a comprehensive data sheet to me.
Yes.
I'll take a look, and I may ask that it be agendized prior to that, just as a point of reference. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I need to add something so that I temper the expectation. Those that were positions that were submitted for consideration and were not approved, I can't guarantee that we're going to move forward with those because there's so many other budget consideration that I need to look into before bringing forward to you any suggestion for salary adjustments.
Can you say that in simpler terms and more direct, Mr. Galanian?
Okay.
Thank you.
What I'm saying is there's no guarantee that those positions that were submitted for consideration will be brought forward for approval of salary adjustments.
So the council is not going to have an opportunity to review those?
Unless we bring it forward. What I'm saying is those positions may not come to council this go around this fiscal year budget review.
So I recognize that, but as mayor or council, we can request that an item be agendized, correct?
You can ask for any item to be agendized,
Right.
but I don't know what the nature of that request is going to
The
be.
request would be to bring back the remainder for us to take a look at.
To take a look at to,
Determine if we want to or not.
well, as it stands, I'm not recommending for those adjustments. As
Well,
your
I'm
city
asking for
manager.
I'm asking for the methodology that was used in the meantime. I don't want to halt this any further, Mr. Galanian, right?
We can share the methodology. Ms. Adams did share what the process was. If you want to get into the weeds and more detail, then we can do that too.
Okay. I think I'd request at least a one-on-one for you to walk me through all of them, and then at that time we can have further discussions if need be. Thank you. All right.
Would you like to take item A, Mayor Satrian? Next.
Mr. Galanian, did you want A or did you want?
Madam Mayor, I believe the other two items will be shorter.
Okay,
and
let's do
left
those.
For discussion, and staff can
Of course,
deliver the
yeah,
presentation.
I know. I'm trying to be as accommodating given the very long couple of weeks they've had. So.
Item A.
Not A.
Item C.
C.
Item C, okay. Item C is management services regarding proposed staffing for city council members moved from December 17, 2024 council meeting. One motion directing staff to resolution of appropriation for funding one hourly employee.
Okay.
Wait, no PowerPoint.
Good evening, Mayor Kasachi and members of the City Council.
Microphone on, Elaine.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Asatrian and members of the City Council. We are here to present our findings regarding staffing support for council members. In response to a council request, staff analyzed 12 California cities with council staffing models to gather relevant comparisons. Here's what we learned from all of that data. In terms of titles and compensation, positions ranged from entry level to senior management, with salaries ranging from $88,000 to $165,000 annually, including benefits. Across all the job titles that we reviewed, 4 themes emerged in terms of key job responsibilities: These 4 themes are administrative tasks such as scheduling and report preparation, constituent and community relations such as handling inquiries and attending community events. Third, public education and media management, including preparing newsletters and social media. And lastly, policy and research analysis to help council members with their decision-making. In terms of reporting structures, staff typically report to the city manager and in fewer cases report directly to council members. Additionally, as requested, we reviewed the City of Sacramento
It's eight-
City Hall internship program.
I'm so sorry, Ms.
Sorry, is this?
8C.
No, I understand it's 8C, but those 4 positions, can you tell me where is it in the report?
Is
It's
there a
actually,
PowerPoint?
there's no PowerPoint, I'm just going to give an oral.
Okay, got it, got it. I knew that, I was just testing.
No problem. It's 12 cities, and the 4 themes were across the key job responsibilities. So additionally, as requested, staff reviewed the City of Sacramento City Hall internship program. And what we found with that program is that it emphasized civic education over administrative support, which is not what the council was looking for. In considering a staffing model for the Glendale City Council, the council should weigh, in addition to costs, a few factors. One is office space. As you know, in the city manager's office, we have limited space in terms of staffing and additional office spaces. Work hours and overtime. Hourly staff working outside of normal hours could accrue overtime under labor laws. Third, confidentiality, limiting access to sensitive information. And lastly, training needs. Frequent turnover, especially with interns, could dilute the efficiency of the program. If the council is inclined to move forward, we have identified 2 existing classifications for your consideration. The first one is an administrative intern. This is geared towards a college senior or graduate level role. It requires no prior experience, and in terms of compensation, it's $17 to $19 an hour. Alternatively, council could consider a classification called assistant to city council. This is geared toward a more experienced role requiring at least 2 years of relevant experience, and the compensation for this role is $26 to $34 an hour. If council is not inclined to move forward, we have presented alternatives for consideration, which include noting and filing this report, asking staff to conduct additional research, or deferring this decision to a time when the Charter Review Committee presents its recommendations on council districting to the City Council. That concludes my brief presentation, and we can take any questions the council may have.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Kasakian.
So in regards to the request of having staffing for the council members to help support us in better serve our constituents, to be more responsive, to be able to attend to more of the staffs and communities' asks, in comparing other cities, like I know Carson has council member aides, what are the specific, besides you said there's cost, and then is the other consideration just space?
There was 4 considerations we wanted you to consider. So one was office space, one was working hours, understanding that there is evening and weekend assistance that might be needed. Confidentiality, and talking to the city of Pasadena, who has a similar program, they talked about their assistants having access to council emails, and we know that you get closed session material, you get access to sensitive information.
How do they do it in Pasadena?
So the council staff in Pasadena do have access to that information. They do. They're able to go through the council members' emails and
So
have
there are
access to
cities
that.
doing it?
That one city does, yes.
Okay. And as far as the time on the weekends or attending events or staffing council members after hours when we're invited to a place and, someone may be asking us questions or we want to take notes and make sure that we don't forget about them, how do the other cities manage that time within the 40-hour work week?
So the other cities that we looked at, in most cases, they have a management level, a full-time salaried position, in which case the management and the overtime or working after hours is not an issue. In Glendale's case, because we were trying to keep costs as a factor, we are recommending an hourly position, and that's when those requirements kick in terms of making sure they don't go over the hours and FLSA requirements.
Okay. But there's nothing barring someone from saying, you know, if there's events coming up this weekend, then those are the hours that you'll work to make up for the totality of your required, let's say 40 hours or minimum 40 hours.
So if we do go over the hours, we would have to make sure to compensate the employee.
Sure. If we go over.
If we go.
But you can also move the hours around so they have, let's say, Mondays off, which are perhaps slower days, or
Correct.
Thursdays.
Correct.
Because a lot of events happen on the weekends. Okay.
Well,
So there's-
Councilmember Kasakian, I think the report, the 40 hours per week, is referring to having one hourly employee to support the full council is what staff has versus individual council members, which is what we had.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on what they've written.
Yeah,
here.
I saw
So-
what staff's recommendation was. I'm just trying to figure out how is that other cities are able to have it and
Right.
we're not. One of the questions that was answered is that in some cities, when you elevate someone to a managerial position versus, full-time entry-level employee, that issue is resolved because as we see, there's certain staff who's here right now who probably came to work at 7:30 or 8 a.m. this morning and is here at 9:34 p.m. They're not putting in for overtime. I don't know. I hope at least folks aren't. But, or they're balancing out their hours in different ways. So there's ways of accomplishing that goal.
Correct.
And as far as the confidentiality issue, Pasadena has figured it out, so we should be able to figure it out as well. Right?
Yeah, for that, I would look
Yeah,
to the
I would
city
just
attorney.
note that it's a source of consternation that even though they have the program in place, it's still a source of consternation for the city attorney and the city manager about what gets disseminated to council members versus their staff. But if we get direction, then we'll continue to study how to implement any safeguards. And just to the point regarding hours too, another concern, and it's identified in the report, is obviously ensuring that the council staff or council aides are working on city business only, and not whether it's political or extra nonprofit or anything like that, to make sure it's only city business. And that's sometimes is a challenge that some of the other cities have encountered.
Sure. And as well as with other elected offices.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in terms of the issue of the confidentiality of materials such as closed session items, currently we receive manila envelopes that say confidential on them.
Correct.
They're placed on each of our desks. I have no way of knowing whether, and I know that we have staff that's above reproach, but there's nothing really preventing someone from taking an envelope and looking at what's inside it. It could even be done inadvertently if someone did not stamp it confidential. We get sometimes mail sent to us and staff opens the envelopes to look at them, right? So, I mean.
Right, but I mean, we do have a procedure, and that's the point, just to make sure we have some procedure to make sure, and to the extent confidential matters, whether it's closed session or something else, gets disseminated to you, to make sure there's a methodology, a mechanism to secure its confidentiality, whether or not there's a way for it to be breached.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, we
Yes.
have one caller.
Do my colleagues have other questions before comments and stuff? So, okay, well, let's take the caller.
How many minutes?
Well,
Would you
3
like-
minutes.
3 minutes?
Just- yeah.
Beth Brooks, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on 8A and 8C, but here I am. I think that the city council needs to be paid. Forget that, they need administrators and assistants, but they also need to be paid at least 5 to 6 times the salaries they're getting. I've only learned recently that they're making less than poverty wage, which is shocking to me. Not just because they deserve the money, which they do deserve the money, but also because it opens up the position to more people who couldn't afford to just make $20,000 a year. You know what I mean? I think that, definitely on your agenda should be giving yourself, a huge raise. And that's really what I want to say about this, because then you definitely need assistance in every area. But you definitely deserve a raise. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. That's it. All right. Since there were no more questions, do my colleagues want to take turns giving comments? And if we want additional information from staff, maybe we can go and look at that. But
My preference would have been for us to have a model other than the one shared staff person amongst council members. However, given that budget considerations are what they are, I suppose I'll take what I can get. We do need support in that office. I think that, ideally it would be at least 2 people, because I think one person being, pulled in 5 directions kind of brings up the old medieval torture of being drawn and quartered or being torn apart. I think it's too much to try and serve 5 individuals who all receive invitations, who have schedules, who have requests for meetings. So I think at least to have a couple of individuals, perhaps one for whoever is in the position of mayor as support, and maybe one to be shared among the 4 council members. That may be a model that I think would help us run our operations and our ability to serve the public more smoothly. And it could be a place to start. But again, my preference would be each council member having an individual that they can work with directly, that can help them with a number of things, including, as we saw in the most recent incidents, a lot of us using our platforms, whether it be on social media or our contacts, to try and amplify our voices to our constituents and to the public to push out information. It could be overwhelming. I tried my best. I know some of you did as well. I know some council members and the mayor put out videos. I think that was all well and fine, but it's there's that kind of disparity depending on what people's time and availability and schedule is like to be able to do those things. And for that reason, I would have supported a one-to-one model.
So Councilmember Ksakian, I think that is the only model that I would support, provided that the council currently has a staff member at the city management office that we all share that assist us with calendar. Truth be told, I feel like the system that is set up currently constantly makes me feel like I'm failing both as mayor and even when I was a council member. It makes no difference. Just today, right before the council meeting, I forwarded 50-some emails to staff that I received between this morning and the meeting. And don't get me started on meetings that have like hundreds and thousands of constituents writing. When constituents have questions, they email, they call, and at least for me, I can say that I have lost count of the number of mediums that I need to check because people are sending me city requests on social media platforms and whatnot, and they're expecting responses, right? And there is not enough time and hours in the day for me to personally get back, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one, that my colleagues feel the same way. And I think if you're doing this job, you have to do it right. And I know we're all making sacrifices. And so for me, I personally would like to see a model where there's an annual cap for staff members. And I know that previously some council members didn't think that they needed staff or wanted staff. They can always opt out if they don't want that support. Again, I would like to see, so we don't run into the, how many hours did they work? Staff can come back and provide us with additional details, but I would like to see some sort of annual cap, but it be provided to each council member. I also think that it creates conflict when you have one that you're sharing, when that staff member gets tasked with certain things from one council member and then the other one's asking for stuff. And then I just think that that model's not going to work with like what we were trying to accomplish here with both community outreach and being proactive. with our constituents, as well as how responsive we actually are. And so, I have folks that, there are days that I miss emails and they'll be like, it's been 7 days and I don't even know how to explain that we don't have staff support for these things on top of everything else that we have to do. So for me, you say this time and again, if we're going to do it, I want to do it right.
Oh, then I support that.
Want me to comment? I don't know. I feel like I'm on a different planet because I feel like we have 2 full-time people in management services that support our calendaring. Sure, there are things that fall through the cracks, and there are things I'd like to see done better, and I speak to the city manager, and usually those things get fixed. I don't see a great need as far as emails. I think I'm responding to emails, and maybe I'm not on social media that much, and that could make a difference. But I don't see the need personally. I'm able to handle the email traffic I get, and I think I get fine support from the management services staff, and adding somebody there. I don't know. I would leave that up to the city manager if he feels it, because we have 2 people that support all of council and the city manager, and I think the assistant city manager, right?
Right.
If you feel like that's not the right, that's too thin of a model. I could see you getting your own administrative assistant. Usually in organizations, the CEO has his or her own person, and I think that would be warranted, and I would support that. As far as us, I don't really see the need. I think if we go to council districts, then I think it really changes, because then we're really, we're more the focal point for that particular geographic area, communicating into that area, whereas now there are 5 of us for the whole of Glendale. So anyway, that's where I am. I don't really see the need, and I would rather just push it off to see what we do with council districts, and then consider it at that point.
I do think that perhaps our experiences on the council are different, Councilmember Brotman. I would say that aside from the emails or the requests for meetings that come in, I get a large constituency base that has language barriers, that reaches out, that needs additional hand-holding, that I many times feel like I can't even just pass on to staff, and I have to participate in the meetings myself because things get lost in translation and so forth. So, and maybe it is, the more active you are on social media and whatnot, people will start reaching out to you more. And so that's really where.
Well, I think people reach out a lot, but it's by email. And I don't know, I feel like I'm able to handle that
Don't get me started
traffic.
on like how my phone number gets around.
No, I get my share of
right,
texts, I get my emails, but I seem to be able to handle them.
Okay.
There was something else I was thinking of saying, but it'll come to me later.
As for me, were you done, Mr. Brotman?
Yeah.
Yeah, as for me, I'm on Planet Brotman. I don't think that we need an additional assistant. I think it's going to create all sorts of problems. It's going to have a financial impact. You can't meet with every single person. You can't answer every single email. You can't answer every single phone call or text. You have to prioritize it. You have to, send out maybe mass emails to those that are discussing the same subject, but I don't think it's necessary. If anything, as we said, give the city manager a dedicated assistant and free up, in this case, it's Marie and Vlad, for greater concentration on our needs. That's where I'm at.
I agree with my colleagues, Mr. Brotman and Mr. Najarian. Maybe because I'm a micromanager, I like to do everything myself, answer as many emails as I can. Sometimes if it's about the same issue, I make a generic response and I just send it all to them, back to them. And I think Vlad and Maria are doing a great job. Not only they are the support system, the city manager, assistant city manager, we have the innovation office that we can go to and ask for ideas. Also, We just hired a company that does all our social media, and most of the time when I wanted to push information out, instead of trying to make something myself and send it out, whatever the city posted it on emergencies, which is the most effective one and efficient one, I just share those, and it's easy to share. My office is by 6 by 12 in the city, probably is in that range, and I don't know how the assistant is going to get a better office than I do with the budgetary issues that we have. I think they are doing a good job. The staff is very supportive of me. Never had any issues on scheduling. As far as having an assistant that is on hourly basis to access the city emails and everything else, I don't think that's a good idea. So I don't see the need either. Thank you.
I would emphasize again that every experience of every council member is different. I think some individuals who perhaps have the flexibility to be able to dedicate more time to emails, or those of us who perhaps have other obligations competing with sometimes demands on our time and attention, it makes it a lot more frustrating. And I can tell you that I've thought about this for a while. It's not something that I bring up just frivolously and in a self-serving manner. I don't even care. I can probably endure the remainder of this term without an assistant somehow, because we can always find ways to make it somehow work. But I think it's shortchanging the public and the expectations the public has of council members and public servants. It's a different ballgame, and I think it's very clear, and I would think that Councilmember Brotman and some of my other colleagues would agree that part of the reason why they have the ability to respond or dedicate some of the time is, this has become an office that invites people who have the luxury of time, perhaps are in retirement or near retirement, and are in a financially more stable place to be able to dedicate that time. I would invite staff to shadow us sometimes to see what our average day is like and what we have competing for our attention. And I don't know if there's always that appreciation for what I know that there's this set appreciation of what we do in terms of dedication, but talk to our spouses, talk to our families, see how many emails we get on a given day between the boards, commissions, conferences, individuals, vendors who are constantly knocking down our doors. I do like one of the things that you've done now, which is the email address for all city council. That cuts down some of the individual ones that we get, but that's just scratching the surface of what can be done to make city council operate and city council members operate more efficiently and serve this public in a better way.
And I will just, so I recognize where the votes are going, and I would only say to Mr. Najarian that I do want to answer every email, and I do want to meet with every constituent, and I do my very best to accommodate those requests. It sometimes means 12-hour days that are completely dedicated to the city, and sometimes it means that I'm up until 4 a.m. So I think you earn the trust of the people when they vote for you in office. And again, for me, it feels like the system is just set up in a way that makes me feel like I'm constantly failing at the simple things of just serving my community. That's all. And I will bring up that from day one, I had even requested that we have an opportunity to have interns and volunteers. There were plenty of young people. I have been told time and again that we can't do that. I don't even know how to say that to kids that want to be involved, and that I would love to mentor and allow for them to shadow and be involved. I brought this up during a conference, at one of the conferences, and the other cities were baffled at the fact that is the response that I'm getting as a council member that wants to. I'm okay with dedicating time for there to be interns. And there's kids that are reaching out to me, and I have to say, like, no, you can't be at City Hall. So I mean, I'm looking for, if it is not staff, then I'm looking for opportunities for people to be involved. And I have time and again asked staff not to look at what we are doing or what we have done. Clearly, there are cities that are doing these things. Like, show me the path. Show me the path,
Madam
you
Mayor,
know, so.
I think there are some individuals trying to call in. At least one person just texted me saying, I'm trying to call in and I wasn't able to get through.
So, I don't want to prolong this item because
Neither do I, but
I
I just-
recognize, I just need.
I would like to make one more comment, because I do really support the idea of an internship program. I'd like to see, specifically, if we could at least have, an intern who shadows and supports the mayor, whoever the mayor is each year. I think that's really valuable for students. I think it's probably as much work for the person being shadowed as it is a benefit. In other words, I think, it's work on our part, but I think it's a really valuable thing. I think that's separate from this issue of staff, but I would support us trying to create an internship program, at least for the mayor.
Councilmember Brotman, I think we have said this time and again, and I'm sitting here as mayor. I think we as council members, and I have encouraged this even during my mayorship, the mayor's supposed to be the spokesperson, and they're supposed to be running the meetings, and the rest of the council has. I think if there was an internship opportunity, I would like for that to be extended to the whole body as an opportunity. I had asked Mr. Garcia several times to look into how other cities are doing it and how we can go about having that, and what the parameters would be. I mean, what precludes me as a council member to bring in a volunteer that's with me into the office, right? So.
Golanian, did you want to?
I know that's a separate item, but.
I was just going to say, Mayor and council members, that we'll get together with City Attorney's Office and look into this concept of internship, at least one person, or job shadowing, and see what we can come up with.
I mean, I know we can do it as elected officials, right? But that I don't know where that line is with City Hall. So, do I have to meet them at the coffee shop and they can't come at the City Hall? Like, so I just need parameters. And I know that I could have even publicized this and put this as a language that this is not sponsored by City Hall, and it would have been okay. And then, but again, just details. So, not breaking any laws. Okay. All right.
The motion now?
So I guess there's no motion.
No motion if there's
Just
no
note on file?
support for it.
Note and file the report if you want, but no motion is necessary.
Okay.
The note and file?
It's a note on file. Right? Yeah. it's a note on file.
Yeah, the motion that was submitted was to implement the staff. Since that's not the direction you're going, you can either make that motion to note and file or just take no action.
I mean, I would still take one staff person over 0 staff people, because I will say that I think that even with our very capable 2 individuals that are juggling all of our schedules between each other, one additional body in that office is necessary.
Well, if that's the case, then can't the city managers just do that if he thinks that we need additional staff? Like, as a whole?
As a whole, it'll be very helpful to have set of parameters as to, and that was the purpose of this report, for direction as to what council wants to have this person do, so that the roles and responsibilities are clearly spelled out, so there is no confusion and misconception.
I think we're going around the same circle. We saw that there is no vote for either one person or 5 people, and let's move on. I mean, we're
All right,
discussing the
fine.
same
We're
thing
moving
5
on.
times.
Okay. All right, thank you. Which one? Sure.
You have to read it into the record, 80.
8A is city.
8E.
8E. Okay. 8E is management services regarding Human Relations Committee update and direction. One motion directing staff.
Good evening, Mayor Satri and members of City Council. My name is Greg. I work for Management Services. In December of 2023, City Council requested the convening of an informal group and dialogue tasked with identifying human relation issues in Glendale and bringing those back to City Council for approval before moving forward. 19 community members and city staff convened in an ad hoc group throughout 2024 to refine the scope of human relation challenges and identify potential stakeholders for future discussions. The following themes emerged during these discussions: social division and polarization, lack of community cohesion, discrimination and exclusion, mental health and well-being, education and continuous learning, anonymity and erosion of accountability. These were identified by the groups as national trends, not specific to Glendale, but Glendale is not immune from them. The group recommends engaging local organizations to nominate prospective representatives. So these include, but are not limited to, service clubs, student and teacher groups, advocacy organizations for vulnerable populations, disability advocates, religious organizations, and groups representing Armenians, Koreans, Latinos, Blacks, Filipinos, and the LGBT plus community. We are looking today for council direction on how to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I think you're mayor for.
So, you're back.
All right. Do we have callers?
Yes, Mayor Satrian, we have one caller.
All right.
Would you like to take
Let's
the call?
take that, and then we'll take questions. and comments.
The caller is Mike Mohill. Mike, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, this is Mike Mohill. I left the council chamber after discussion on the Verdugo Wash plan. I came home here to watch, to call in instead, and there was no phone number on the TV screen. I had to make some phone calls to find out what. I wanted to speak on item B, all the previous ones. And there was time, but the city clerk didn't want to get off her ASF and tell you that I was on the phone waiting. She's not doing her job, Susie Abajian, the city clerk. Her job is to make efforts and make the time to help somebody, even though she doesn't like me. I'm sorry about that. But I called in to discuss the issues, and she would not let me discuss. Now, I really don't have an issue with AD, but on 8C, on this 1 hour person, let me just go back as long as I have it on the phone. At one time, there was at one time, city council met 4 times a month. Now you only read.
Can you stop the clock? Mr. Mohill, you need to speak on this item, which is now the Human Relations Committee.
Yeah, well, I'll let it go right now. But listen, someone's not working the phones correctly. If it's not me, there's other people, and it's not right. People wait for hours to call in, and the city clerk is failing. That's her responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's. I actually would like to address that.
Mm-hmm.
That is not accurate.
He said he was. No, he didn't have anything on this item. Mr. Karpetian, go ahead.
What Mr. Mohill said was inaccurate. In fact, we asked him multiple times if he would have liked to comment on a particular item, but he said no, he wanted to comment on a different item. So what he's saying is just false. Basically, it's not true.
Okay. All right.
Another caller on this item.
Okay.
It's Maro Yakubian. Maro, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. Well, gee, I guess the level of nausea for me has reached a level pitch that I'm going to be calling in on this issue as opposed to previous issues, but I'm going to speak about it. I'm going to give you a little bit of background before I touch on this particular Human Relations Committee issue. When the Gay and Lesbian Armenian Society, and I'm sorry, guys, don't roll your eyes, brought that drag queen to desecrate the sacred Armenian gown in a striptease act and to kick it across the floor.
Mayor Satrian,
Ms. Yakubian, we can't hear you very well. But can you please restart the clock? Because
Can you hear me now?
no, you keep coming in and out. Can we try again?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
It's great. Okay. So my level of nausea has reached fever pitch that I'm calling in on this particular issue, but I think it's important to call out, again, hypocrisy on this council. And I have to give background to the public. When the Gay and Lesbian Armenian Society brought their drag queen to desecrate the sacred Armenian gown and in a striptease act and to kick that gown across the floor, Artie Kasakian, you remained silent as an Armenian community leader. Elena Satran, you remained silent. Suzy Abajan, you were at the event and you were clapping and cheering for it. I, an Armenian mother, 4 children, had the courage to come up and speak and say that this was wrong what they did using that gown in a striptease act. Artie Kasakian threw me under the bus. He got his goons to come after me. And I'm getting to the point.
Ms.
I'm getting to the
Yakubian, is
point.
this concerning the item?
Yes, it is. Yes,
I don't think that's your prerogative to make that interruption, Susie.
Hello?
Okay.
Go ahead. I paused the time. You can continue.
Yeah, I prefaced my comments by saying I was giving background information because what's very important to understand is that you remained silent during all that and you allowed private citizens to be attacked. Artie Kasakian, you insinuated I was anti-gay, and that led a domino effect of attacks on a private citizen. The reason for my call on this particular issue is that somebody that was assigned to this Human Relations Committee who was responsible to bring that striptease act desecrating the Armenian.us was put on that committee, this Human Relations Ad Hoc Committee. And it's an individual on that committee that's on video, and I'm not making it up, saying that if this person could be given a vaccine to treat anything in the world, imagine that, to be given the idea to answer a question, what vaccine would you like to have that could treat anything in the world? And this person who serves on your Human Relations Committee, his answer was heterosexuality. Well, I think this is disgusting. And you know who this individual is, and you've actually elevated this individual into this committee. I think this is a joke, and I think all of you, Artie, Dan, Ellen, especially Artie and Ellen, being of Armenian heritage, you're disgusting. Good night.
That's the end.
There you have it, folks. All right, I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, do my colleagues have any questions?
Questions? No.
Comments?
There are no other questions.
Well, I'm not sure what form this is proposed to take. I'm not sure that we have a need to recreate a committee. We used to have a human relations committee separate from the city that dealt with many issues, including racial tensions, ethnic tensions, et cetera. I definitely don't want to create another level of bureaucracy within the city. I don't want a committee that's going to inflame. Things have been fairly quiet and calm in the last year, I might say. I don't want to create something that's going to be raising issues that are going to create conflicts where there are none. That's
In the last year, you mean like since January 1, or are we living in two different Glendales? Because I really feel like it's been
you
a
laughing
lot.
at me?
No, I'm asking you a serious question because I feel like it's been a very different.
I haven't heard from the police department of any assaults, any hate crimes towards, actually towards any subgroup that would necessitate going to create a committee, unless you have.
The previous Human Relations Committee that was outside of the city, I do remember that. I don't know if we're talking about the same one that when I was like at Hoover High School and there was a lot of fights and whatnot happening between different groups and so forth. I
There was
know
a death that occurred, a homicide.
there were fights. There were, yeah. I mean,
think the
there
homicide
was a shooting
precipitated
at Hoover High School. I think every year that I went to high school. But do you remember?
In high school then?
I was in high school. Because I know we put together like an annual conference with that committee.
There used to be a
So
human relations coalition.
Did the city have a part in that? I think what I'm trying to ask.
I think very light supervisory, but not a forced place on their board. They would open up facilities for, this was Lenore Solis.
Yes.
And the Weissmans.
Yes.
And several others. They took their job seriously. I think they dealt with bullying also at times. And they just, I think for lack of inertia, just sort of lost steam. I have no objection to something like that. I'm not sure what we're thinking of or what you guys are thinking of, but
okay.
That's just my general framework if you're looking for that.
Do we have no, we went through the calls already on this item.
We don't have any speakers?
We had 2 speakers.
I mean, not callers, just people present. Okay.
All right.
Well.
Okay. Would you like to go
Any
next?
comments?
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, I think we very much do need a human relations committee of some form. I would not recommend a commission, a city commission, a 5-member typical Brown Act commission. But I do think we need somebody, I don't mean somebody, I mean some body that gathers together people from different walks of life to discuss the issues that are still dividing our community, which are very much there. Whether there's been a hate crime, that takes a very high level to reach the status of a crime, but there is still quite a bit of hate speech and dangerous speech that goes on all the time. Case in point, somebody wrote an email yesterday on the Verdugo Wash to the 5 of us on council, and just to the 5 of us on council, and within 24 hours, I think less than that, received rape threats. Okay? Something is broken. Something is very, very wrong here. So I think we do need a group of people that come together to discuss some of these divisions, to try to help us understand one another better. So I wrote down a few things I think a group like this could be working on, and if you'll indulge me, I'll just go through it. It won't take too long, but first, educational programs. What is hate and what is dangerous speech? I think people don't really understand how you escalate from things that may seem somewhat innocuous to things that can cause violence. I think we need to understand that. The public needs to understand that. We need a forum to be able to evaluate that. Also, just generally, cultural exposure so that people understand the differences in our community and appreciates these differences rather than sees them as threats. So that's number one. We can have targeted campaigns to counter hate and disinformation. For instance, there's the LA versus hate campaign. There are many similar campaigns that other cities have. These are kind of your what do you call them? Kind of your public information type efforts. And I think that the group could oversee doing some of those things. We've discussed social isolation among men. And I think that could be part of something like this too, Is there something we can do to try to engage men and address some of the issues that we know are causing disparities in terms of health outcomes and suicide, depression, and things like that? And then last but not least, advising council on policy initiatives that we could adopt that would decrease disparities and decrease exclusions. And I'll note that a member of the public sent us all something called the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equity Index, which looks at different cities from a human relations, human rights perspective and rates them. And I don't think Glendale necessarily came out with shining scores. So maybe that's something we need to look at. What is it that we're doing wrong, if we are doing something wrong, and what can we do to address it? So I think these are things that a group like this could work on. One of the questions in the staff report was who should be on this? And I'll give my list, which is a lot of it is the same of what we saw in the staff report, but I think we really should have student representatives. I don't know if in this group that was formed, this kind of temporary group, whether we had people, students from GUSD and GCC, maybe people from the student government or from some other organization, but I think we should reach out to try to get some students. The Black in Glendale group, I don't think we had anybody representing the Black community, a small community, but growing and obviously with a long history of exclusion here in Glendale. Philippine community, Korean community. There are a range of different types of churches. I know the pastor from Glendale Presbyterian has expressed interest in being involved in something like this. The Jewish Federation or Anti-Defamation League also has a lot of experience with this and would be interested. The disabled community, the YWCA, I didn't see them involved in the past. Tara Peterson, when she was director, was involved in these kind of things. We have a new director who, just by the way, is married to the guy who is the executive director of the LA County Human Relations Committee. So there's a little bit of synergy there, and I'll get back to him in a second. I think we also need to include renters and people of lower income because equity it cannot be separated from questions of identity and questions of kind of group exclusion. So my last thing is this LA County Human Relations Commission. I did speak to Robin Toma, who many of you know, he's the executive director. And he said that they would be happy to play some role, some mentorship role. I don't know if they would formally sit on it, but they could maybe help us get it going and maybe participate in it for a while, some arrangement. And I don't know what that would be. So I think we should have something. I think it should be a committee. The city should be involved, but it shouldn't be a city commission. So maybe it's a hybrid of a community kind of city type thing where the city provides some kind of resources, maybe along the lines of the group we put together. I know it's very different from the group we put together every year for the Armenian genocide event. You know, that's a group of community members, but the city plays a facilitation role, and that's kind of a model I think would work. That's pretty much what I had on my list.
Was that an exclusive list? I'm sorry.
No, it's nothing.
I mean,
is an
because
exclusive list.
there's the Muslim groups, or I don't know if you said Armenian, there's...
All of those are listed already in the report. I think you were just
Yeah, I was
to
just
the-
adding,
like-
because I did look at the group that we set up. There was a pretty strong Armenian participation in that group. I saw 3 members from the Armenian Bar Association, which I thought was a little bit strange. I don't know how that group was put together, but nonetheless, you know, I didn't mention LGBTQ in this list, but obviously they have been involved, and that was kind of already there. So I'm not mentioning things that I think are already kind of in place.
So I think one of the points that was brought up when this item first came up was it was also like right around the time when there was the Armenian hate speech that didn't, didn't qualify as a hate crime, and community members didn't know how to respond to it and whatnot. And I think part of that discussion that you had brought forth, Mr. Blotman, was on that. I think in general, I would support a committee. I do think that it's really important if we are going to do some sort of human relations committee. I would like for it to be very similar to, whether it's the Armenian Genocide Commemorative Committee. We used to have like Unity Fest and all of that just groups came together, and maybe there can be like, they're meeting a couple of times a year on that, and just coming up with things that they want to do. But I think it's important to include our GUSD and GCC partners in it, because I think even this last emergency that took place, you know, I think the public still doesn't recognize that all decisions are made and communicated through GUSD for the schools and then GCC. And I had to even like keep putting that out because, and communicating with our partners and saying like, I'm getting a lot of questions on this. You need to put something out because I can't speak on behalf of the school district, right? So, but with student representatives, I think there's a difference between having our partners and having student reps, and we do need like youth voices as part of that. So whether it's, I don't know how you come up with the methodology for it. I would support some committee that deals with this. I would like to note though, while I recognize that the disability advocates and I said religious organizations are part of this list, I do not want this to take away from our conversations and work around the committee I've been looking to do for people with disabilities, because that is very specific, and I think that it impacts, you know, a very different segment of our community that like really needs attention on the programming and policy that we put in place. And I think that pretty much every single person is one way or another, like has a family member that's impacted with either a physical or mental disability or something. And I think allowing for that conversation to take place separately is also important. It can be part of this conversation, but I don't want it to take the place of that. So I would say that the community itself should be the one that kind of comes up with what the list of priorities are, and maybe you do some sort of analysis with the group. You know, that's where I'm at. I'm okay with.
Just clarify something I said, because
Yeah.
I don't want to misunderstand you. So when I went through that list, I just want to be very clear. My note here was add to the roster. There were lots of groups that were already on the roster.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm not, you know, I definitely think Galis, Glendale out need to be represented. And Armenian organizations need to be represented. They already were on this body, so I didn't mention them. I just want that to be crystal clear.
Thank you.
That I'm not saying those should not be on.
But even looking at the group members that you had, right? For me, if we are going to do this, then at the very least, the beginning needs to be a wide call out, because what I don't want to be, you know, dealing with after is, you know, our diocese church is not listed on here, or like the prelacy, and, you know, why was one included versus the other? And so just, you know, I know St. Peter's Apostolic Church is included, but again, right, like these questions are going to come up, and I want us to be thoughtful and how inclusive we actually are in our Human Relations Committee. So,
I agree.
yeah, yeah. So. Anybody?
To be honest with you, I'm not very clear as to what the end goal is here. I understand the 5 items that were indicated here: social division, lack of community cohesion, discrimination, exclusion, mental health. We had some issues with our students several years back that you were at high school, and there was a fight between students, and unfortunately there was a stabbing and a loss of life. And at that time, I think the GUSD brought the parents together and tried to resolve the issues, besides the police department being there every other day. And we had another incident a couple of years back. Same thing, students were fighting, one segment of the community versus the other, if you will. And parents came, and the Glendale Unified School District, their board got involved, their principals got involved, and they did the same job that we're talking about here. I think this is kind of an incident related, if you will. And by having, I don't know what the LA's Human Relation Committee is doing and what are they achieving, how many people participate. Let's say you have a hate crime issue. How do you get people to participate? And I think we have to leave it up to the community organizations that are here, and many others that doesn't come to mind tonight, they can join. But as far as the city handling it or managing it, I don't know how effective that would be, because organizing these groups is not very easy. And if you have a meeting that 5 of these organizations cannot attend at that time, and you go ahead and have that meeting, that's going to create an issue. I mean, most of this like mental health and well-being, that's a professional field. I don't know which one of these organizations can address that issue. Education, continuous learning, that's a professional field. I don't know what this group, who are we going to put in this group to address these issues? Social division and polarization. I think most of these incidents were kids related, students related. And I think GUSD and GCC have to take a lead on this. If they want to put a group together, we can help them out. That's fine. But as far as it being a city committee, I don't know what LA's, maybe Mr. Brotman can enlighten us a little bit on what do they do if they have an issue, how do they address it? How do they get people to participate? Because if you have an issue and two sides are fighting, it's very difficult for 15, 20 organizations to try to bring them in and sit them down. They're not children. Sometimes it's very, in the heat of the moment, they don't want to hear anything. So if you can explain to us, because I don't know how would they function. It's very difficult.
And I don't know precisely either. I think maybe one thing I could suggest is we could invite Robin Toma in. He lives in La Crescenta, so it's not inconvenient for him, and he would probably be willing to come in and give us a 15-minute presentation and take some questions talking about what they do. But the LA County Human Relations Commission was set up, I think, in the late 40s or 50s after the Zoot Suit riots. I mean, this goes way, way, way back. This is not about one incident. It's about a body that can provide education, can organize campaigns. I don't think they're solving disputes in the moment, but it's more of like a place to come and discuss these issues and then educate the community. So, but he could tell you. I mean, he's the one that does it. I really don't know enough to say anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because I tried to understand it. I read the staff report. I tried to understand how would 19 organizations are listed. You add another 10 to it. How would they even meet at the same time and 2-3 times a year? It's very difficult to organize it. And also, LA is 4 million people. It's a large city. They have so many more issues than we do. Fortunately, there's incidents that are on the surface and everybody can see. It doesn't happen very often in Glendale, and going back to schools and fight between schools, students. I mean, we had an incident between parents, but fight between students, fortunately, it doesn't happen in a scale that we've seen in last 2-3 years ago. So I don't know. I don't know what this committee is going to solve, and but I would like to hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
But
That's LA County, by the way, not
LA
city.
County, even larger. I mean, it's just, what, 10 million people live in LA County
Yeah,
versus
but many
Glendale.
cities have them. I think most of the cities nearby us have some type of effort along these lines, and he could talk to us about that. If
And
you'd
as far
like.
as these groups being kind of being a group that come up with advices on policy making, that's not what I'm for at all. Policies come from the groups that are all volunteers, different lives of fact, and I think the religious groups and community groups, as well as the Glendale Unified School District and GCC, they can do this thing. I think they're more experienced. They've done it already, especially GUSD has experience in it. They've done it in the last 2-3 years. Maybe we should throw the ball in their court and see if they can handle this.
So to answer your question, I think Pasadena has one, and a member on our group had served on that before and had a lot of advice. They would bring in outside help for things like mental help, stuff like that. So they aren't necessarily the experts. They would bring in people that could help them. And then I do have a list of the deliverables from the LA County group. I don't know about their methodology, but things that they do include the annual hate crime report, the LA versus Hate initiative, and then integrating this initiative into their 211 reporting hotline, several youth and education programs, the John Anson Ford Human Relations Award, a network against hate crime, training, and lots of training, and then an LA County anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiative.
That's exactly my point, because LA County it's very large, and they have issues about hate crime, racism, or what have you. But Glendale is a small city. It's a great community. We have incidents, yeah, but I don't think we have hate crimes that we need to have a group that meets every other, 6 months or every quarter to talk about these issues, and also, racism. And by putting this group together in this manner, we're saying that yes, Glendale, there is a huge issue of racism that we need to put a group together to address it. And I don't see that, to be honest with you. I don't think we have that. So that's where I stand. And I'm not an expert in this field, and I don't know, LA is a large, the county is a large organization, and I don't know what the results of their work has been in the last few years. But I think as I mentioned, I'm repeating myself, I'm going to stop here. GUSD, GCC, along with religious groups, let them come together and come up with an idea and handle it.
So I take a slightly different approach to this, although I agree with some of the things that my colleagues have said. And mine comes from the school of thought from Robert Putnam, the gentleman who wrote Bowling Alone, The Collapse and Revival of American Community. And, one of the things that is at the core of this book that he wrote, I think 20 years ago, maybe 24 years ago, saying that, people are becoming more isolated. That's impacting how we interact with one another. Civic organizations, service organizations have declining membership numbers, and I've seen and witnessed that myself. Anyone who's a member of any of our civic clubs here will tell you that they're not as active, or they're active, but their numbers are not as many as they were before, because people are just not talking to each other, and that's causing other problems down the road, some of which may be whether it's racism, or it could be just discrimination, bigotry, it could be hate, it could be acts of violence, or it could just be the mental health toll being taken on people who are addicted to social media and to electronic devices, and we're seeing that as a growing epidemic among our youth. In fact, I'm very encouraged by seeing some of the laws that are coming forward to prevent students from having social media devices, phones, and other devices in public schools, and I think we could all agree to that. So I don't think that there's anyone who's going to argue that this isn't an issue. And so if this is one way that we can help contribute to it, there is I don't know if we're looking for solutions, but I think by bringing people together of different backgrounds in a room to talk about these issues, something may there may be an idea that either the council or the college or the school district or just these groups would want to implement. I think it would be an interesting conversation to have among them to find out why some of, what their group participation is like, or how people identify in terms of who their social circles are and who they want to learn about. It's always been interesting to me that, having lived in Glendale as long as I have, running into folks who hardly interact with other groups, either because of fear, hesitation, fear of the unknown, could be just time. Whatever the case may be, I think this would be a worthy exercise. I am not interested in dedicating a lot of city funds to this or creating a additional authoritative or official body like we have with our other boards and commissions. But in as much as we can help facilitate these discussions, working with the groups and having it open to anyone else that wants to participate, I would encourage approaching the civic organizations, finding out what's happening within those organizations and what membership is like today versus what it was like 10, 15, 20 years ago. I think a lot can be gained into the understanding of where we're headed as a community, as a city, and try to bring that sense of interactions and having people just sit down and talk to each other. And even if we disagree on issues, to do so in a more civil manner and figure out ways how we can strengthen the fabric of what makes Glendale great, which is its diversity. Those are my thoughts. So I don't have specific directions as to how you do that. If you continue having these meetings, I think that's fine. I don't know. I don't have a particular direction. If we bring in someone from the county to give suggestions or ideas, that's fine. But like other groups that have existed and no longer exist, I would like staff, perhaps, or this group or whoever, to look at what caused certain groups to fall by the wayside. We used to have Glendale Clean and Beautiful, which was an organization dedicated to, I think, does Glendale Clean and Beautiful doesn't exist, do they? I'm sorry, and I'm going to get heat for this. Who organizes our Arbor Day event? Beautiful Glendale? Glendale Beautiful? Glendale Beautiful.
Glendale Beautiful.
And then there was Clean and Beautiful Glendale, which was a different organization. All right, so we're all clear now. All right, no one get angry at me and send me angry emails. But Glendale Clean and Beautiful used to organize a citywide cleanup. And, it was partially supported by the city, but it was also somewhat of a nonprofit. And then the plug was just yanked on it, and poof, it's gone, right? No longer exists. Like, we need to figure out what the lifespan of these organizations are, why they no longer exist, how we can revive those that would serve a need in the community where we have needs, social needs, perhaps bringing youth together from different schools to address some of the issues that are of concern to them, like we have with the Student Advisory Commission that I think came and visited City Hall not too long ago. I think there's value in this. That's where I come from. Again, I don't have a specific directive for you. Keep having these meetings, keep the dialogues, keep us informed as to any interesting information that comes out of it. But that's all I would say on this right now.
I would just say that if there are going to be additional meetings, which I hope there are, two things for me are casting that wide net and making it available for groups that want to join and be part of it to be able to do so, but us also proactively reaching out. What I don't want, again, is me getting an email or a call that, this group got invited and I didn't get an invitation, and why is that, right? So, right, but it seems like we have already had a group meet, right? And so now, I just want to make sure for the next one, whatever you do, putting out a wide net of we're having this meet, right? And or maybe even, I've said this several times now over the course of the last couple of years, we really need an updated list of all the nonprofits in the city of Glendale. I had recommended to staff that you guys put up a survey. I think we would all be happy to share it on our socials and stuff and tell people if you're part of an organization, please add your information here. We need updated information because there's so many organizations that exist for different causes, and new ones open up, and there should be a place where we gather that information for us to then be able to reach out to these nonprofits and so forth, and civic organizations. So I would also add that I would love to see this committee also provide resources to these organizations, right? And so whether it is, if the county or the city or whatnot has mental health services that are available, or programming through our PD that's available, there should be a space where information is shared with organizations and community members. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it.
And I would just add two more things, Mayor. One is that I know that there was comments made about, previous efforts were in response to a specific event. I don't want to wait until the next event for us to then come together and say we should have done this. If we can get ahead of it, if we can get people in a room together talking to one another, and not just people who all agree, but even people who disagree, I think that there's value in that. And to that, I just want to say to Ms. Mario Yakubian, who called in, I apologize. I'm sorry if I discussed you. I don't know what specifically I've done to disgust you, but my door is always open to have a conversation. I have known Ms. Yakubian for a number of years when she was a commissioner. We haven't interacted socially in the past, but I would like to sit down and get to know where she's coming from on these issues, and she's more than welcome to reach out to me. I know her brother has my number and can pass it along to his sister if he so wishes, and I'm happy to sit down and talk to you, Ms. Yakubian, wherever you are.
Right.
Before we move on, would my colleagues be interested in having Robin Toma come and make a brief presentation, maybe at the beginning of a meeting, and take questions?
I'd be interested.
Sure. Why not?
Maybe,
Why not?
if you need my help, let me know.
I will, thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a note on file too?
Well, this was just providing some direction. Yeah.
It was to basically, there was to direct staff based on the feedback in the report. So if you have no comments besides the comments you made, then that'll be incorporated in the
I
direction
hope
that
you
Mr.
you get the notes from the video. So we have one more item left, but I know it's a meaty item and it's 10:40 at night. Are my colleagues interested in moving that to another meeting? It's not time sensitive.
Sure.
I'm okay.
Okay. I feel the energy levels going
Yeah.
down, and I don't want us to be deciding like we. Thank you.
Well, people wish to speak.
If
they
you'd like
can.
to speak on the item, sir, if you're here.
I don't want to speak if you're not going to have the discussion before I get.
Okay.
Because if this is in regards to the rules that have just been placed outside of the door, they're just rules.
Wait, let's
Thank
we're having a
you. Okay.
conversation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, if you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome to, but we're going to move the item. Yes, we're going to continue the item. Thank you. Thank you so much. My apologies. Go ahead.
We do have a caller on 8A. Did you, Mayor Satrian, did you want to take that call?
To what?
I don't think it would be fair to the people who just left if we take the caller. That could be a violation of
Tend to
the Brown
agree.
Act.
Just tell them what the item will be recalendared, and we
Okay.
can give them notice if they want.
Okay. And or they're more than welcome to stay on for oral communication.
Exactly.
Okay. Which is the next item?
Yes.
Oral communications, discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We have several cards, and we'll check with the caller to see if they wish to make a comment during oral communications. Our first comment is by Gabriela Kolseak.
John?
The next public comment is by Herbert Milano.
Oh.
You have 5 minutes.
Mayor Satrian, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Molano. I want to address the issue of the Eaton fire and the city's response, and a couple of ideas to tie in. First of all, I want to commend the city manager and his staff and the fire department and the police department for this significant amount of work they had done and the effectiveness in keeping the fires out of Glendale. I think that was truly outstanding. And it is in light of this emergency and the awareness that we now have of how serious it can be, that I want to tie this in with one of my favorite topics that I brought to you many, many times, which is strategic planning. There are two major documents that the city creates in order to handle emergency planning. You have your emergency plan for the city of Glendale, which was last updated in 2008, so it's 17 years old. And you have the safety element of the general plan. And I have been reading both of these documents to see the synergy between the two. And I know that you're updating the safety element and it's going to come to you for approval very soon. But the fact that when you look at the titles and the names of the individuals that are there, these are council members from 22 years ago. And it's not a document that comes to you on a regular basis. And I thought that given that 4 months ago you had a meeting at the police department having to do with strategic planning, why not bring these ideas together and have 1 month dedicated, in the month of January, dedicated towards evaluating police, fire, and emergency planning. 1 full month dedicated to that, because after all, the budgets of those two city divisions are the preponderance of your general fund. The police department's budget has grown by 80% in the last 10 years. The fire department's budget has grown by 66%. In the meantime, inflation has gone up by 33%. So they're going to more than double the rate of inflation. And I don't see performance objectives here. I don't see KPIs. I don't see the safety element being reviewed. I don't see the attention being given to it. But if the city council were to dedicate that month completely to it, the public would know that there are objectives to be met, that there are KPIs, and you can basically handle everything during 1 month, including their budget as well. And it is it's not something unusual. It is done by other cities in the nation. They look at the general plan, they look at the different elements, and they assign it to different parts of the year. So it's a way of starting the process of strategic planning by putting safety and dedicating 1 month towards it, and then the public would know that you guys are really taking care of it, that measures are being done, that expectations are being created. Because a lot of the wording in these documents tend to be fairly vague, like provide education to children regarding awareness of fires and that kind of thing. It doesn't tell you how many children, what they're going to be teaching, how many were taught this year, none of that. So it allows you to create KPIs for each one of these objectives. Anyway, that is the main point I wanted to bring to you. And I waited 4.5 hours to basically bring that to mind. I think it is a significant topic of interest, and I wanted to have your dedicated time to be able to tell you about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Chuck Hughes. Chuck, you have 5 minutes.
I've listened to you talk about how to spend money on this green space through the wash. I used to work next to the wash over by the LA County Zoo. And the 1 year we had some really heavy rains, it was about 4 feet or 3 feet from cresting right there by the zoo. And my question would be, what kind of green space would you put there? With that amount of water, wouldn't wash it right down to the certain areas by LA where you could cause a dam and then overflow. I mean, I think you really should concentrate on what happened to Altadena could happen here. We haven't had a big fire in the Verdugos or the Chevy Chase area for a long time. And what happened in Altadena? I mean, that city's almost gone. There's a few houses, spot houses here and there. The Palisades, it's gone, and those are million-dollar homes. The director at JPL lost her home. I have friends that they had 200 people that work at JPL out of the 5,000 lost all of their homes. You really think I would step back from the Verdugo Wash program and look at your fire situation, because it could happen here. And when you got crazy people out there saying, I started the fire because I like the smell of burnt leaves, there's sickos out there, and they'd be happy to burn up the Verdugos, start a fire in the Chevy Chase area. And I'm thinking the fires should be your main concern, especially when we just took 2 cities off the map. That's probably the biggest disaster we've had in the last 70 years. What other big disaster that we've had that we've taken a city off the face of the earth? And we did that in Altadena, and we did a good part of that in the Palisades. They're gone. What's going to happen to all the debris in Altadena? You don't want it in Shoal Canyon. Is Shoal Canyon filled or will be filled soon? Are you going to expand Shoal Canyon to take that debris? It's something to look at rather than spend money on a bunch of bicycles that La Cañada just spent $15 million and nobody uses it. 2 or 3 bikes on a weekend to justify $15 million, and then they did it wrong and now they're redoing it. So I would step back a little bit and think of your fire situation. That's all.
Thank you. We have 2 callers. The first caller is Beth Brooks. Beth, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to talk on 2C, and for some reason wasn't called upon. 8A is now pushed to another date. I wanted to talk on 8E, and for some reason they told me I couldn't speak, even though you guys just kept talking and talking, which I thought the public gets to speak after they hear what you have to say. So already I have problems here with how, regarding public comments. But so I'll make that, another time. But my question is, after hearing about the mayor saying that she got a lot of emails from people, and Councilmember Najarian saying that he doesn't care to answer people's phone calls and emails. And I hope if any member of the Glendale News Press is there, that should be your headline, that your council member doesn't care about your emails and your phone calls. Because as much as I don't agree with a lot of what, let's say, the mayor is doing, she knows what it means to be a public servant. And that is absolutely the most shocking thing I've ever heard any government official say, what he said. So my question is, you have people showing up to the meetings to make comments. What about all the people who email you? How are you quantifying that to take that into consideration when you're voting? Because we don't hear about that. We don't know what is the sentiment of the people who are emailing you. We only hear the activists, maybe I'm an activist because I call in every week, or we hear all the bicyclists, who decide we're going to just, come down and make our opinion known. Maybe there are, 100 people emailing the mayor who are not as loud as the bicyclists, let's say, because they're not showing up, but they feel that they made their voice heard. That's a comment. It's not made in public, but they are letting you know what they are thinking. So what do you do with that? What do you do with that information? Do you just discuss it among yourselves? How do you quantify that? Or should there be a way to quantify that? Should you have surveys or people, or not a survey because people are not filling out surveys? I want to know what you're doing with the information that people are emailing you about. How are you making decisions based upon that information? Because I don't know what those people are saying. I know what the people are saying, in your meeting now, but I don't know what the people are saying in those emails. And I think that we should know what many members of the public are thinking. So, I have a lot to say on the other things, but I didn't get a chance to, especially the Humanitarian Council, which is only creating division in this city. in the city where the city council actually greenlit a pro-Hamas protest, which is against, I'm a Jew, and I found that horrific that you would say that that could happen. And I don't consider that free speech. I consider that hate speech. So if you greenlit that, greenlit, whatever it is, and you're talking about a humanitarian council with different people, that's, please don't be hypocrites. Also, don't divide Glendale. We're not LA. You know, we have a new president who wants to bring us together as Americans, not as victims. You know, you don't need to bring all the victim groups together. All the Jews against the, the Armenians and the, heterosexual, not heterosexual. Stop it. Don't create problems. You're creating problems by balkanizing people, by putting them into little groups. How about we all just be Glendale residents who want the best for each other? How about that? That's it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Abajian, I actually want to address a couple of things. Just, I think this would be worthwhile for the public to know as well. I had sent over 59 emails that I had received on the Verdugo Wash. 52 were in support, 7 were against. I forwarded that to our city clerk, our city manager, and our community development director, asking them to make it part of the public record. I had also asked many times, and it looks like it's happened today, so I think I'm going to use this opportunity. One of the issues is that a lot of times residents will email just the council members, and then they leave out Ms. Abajian, and if Ms. Abajian doesn't get it, that means that it's not really part of the public record unless we forward it on and request it. And so, and as well as having staff that are in charge of the different items, be aware of the comments that are coming in for a particular item. So I know that right before the meeting, there was an email account that was created. Mr. Galanian, what is the email address?
City Council at glendaleca.gov.
Okay, so City Council at glendaleca.gov. If you email that email address instead of just the 5 of us moving forward, it will also go, we will all get it, but in addition to that, staff will get it, Ms. Abajian will get it, and it'll become part of the record. So if you have positions, I think that just makes for more of an efficient, and it also allows staff to also respond to specific constituent might be requests or whatnot that come in. It's not just meant for city council agenda items. It's meant if you were trying to reach any of your council members, just allows for some backup. So city council at glendaleca.gov.
We have one final caller. It's Jayaditya Signa. You're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to end off with a positive note, I would say. I saw the city council proceedings since 7. It seems like you guys have been dealing with a lot of difficult calls. First of all, I wanted to thank you guys for the fire response and how efficient Mayor Asatarian has been in addressing to the public and informing us about daily updates on the fire. I think I have not seen other mayors in other cities doing the same. And the way we might all have our own political differences, but the way he was able to convey the message, and also he took a lot of time to reply to the Instagram comments. I found it very helpful, and also I'm pretty much sure that other people living in the city have also found that. Second, I would like to talk about the Verdugo project itself as well. I think bikes are needed, definitely. In fact, the fact that one of the previous speakers had mentioned about investing more money into fire, I think that's the main reason why we need to have the bikes in the first place. And there needs to be a coordinated effort by the city, perhaps through educational campaigns or perhaps to initiatives in the school districts if they have authority over that to encourage these bikes. And because we all know that it's all interconnected with climate change. And so we need this project to be done, and we need these bikes, people to ride more bikes. And coming onto my other point, which is there was a brief discussion about racism in the city, and I can definitely say there is a big part of that because and if anyone goes on to Instagram and social media, they can clearly see how vicious it has become in not only the Armenian community but as well as the other communities. And I think one of the major driving force for it is the disinformation and misinformation which is spread through social media. And I would suggest the city council to perhaps have any initiatives, maybe through educative initiatives or meetings through which the public can be informed about whatever the decisions are being made by the GUSD and all the other city council and city administration, and what is true and what is not. And with that being said, my last point would be that the last caller was talking about creating problems and how the pro-Hamas rallies are a problem. I think we live in a free country. It's the First Amendment. I mean, I don't like Trump, but that doesn't mean we had a parade yesterday with Trump flags on the trucks. And that's not a hate speech for me. That's not a hate rally for me. So if I'm bearing with that, so can you with pro-Hamas or pro-Palestinian protests. So it's the First Amendment right which we have. So I don't think the city council should be taking any action onto those topics. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's the final caller.
Right? I think we have new business, no, yeah, we have 2 new business items, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
So, okay. I move that the city attorney be and hereby is authorized to resolve the lawsuit entitled Elmira Oganyan versus City of Glendale, Los Angeles Superior Court Case number 23 GDCV 00864 in exchange for a full release of all claims in the amount of $32,000. The settlement is not an admission of any liability whatsoever for any wrongdoing with the respective plaintiff by defendant or by any person or department, but is the compromise of a disputed claim.
Second.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Abstain.
Najarian?
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan?
Yes.
And by the way, I did not participate in closed
Right.
session because I was at the Metropolitan Water District.
And
Reason for my
I did
abstention.
make a comment about that during
Thank you.
the Housing Authority. Go ahead.
I move the city attorney enter into and execute a stipulation with the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, California Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, and the settling work defendants, Glendale respondents, GRG, in the matter of United States versus ITT Industries Incorporated et al., case number 299CV00552, for the purposes of maintaining the status quo operation of the Glendale operable units related to the San Fernando Basin volatile organic compounds cleanup pending the issuance of new remedial measures until and including November 30th, 2030.
Second.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Abstain.
Najarian?
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan?
Yes. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn in the memory of those who lost their lives in the Eaton and Palisades fires.
Second.
All right, we're stand adjourned.